Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to thank all of you for being here, taking time out of your Saturday morning to join us for the 2025 Wealth and Wellness Summit. We're really excited. We have a jam-packed session for you, lots of vital, critical information. And so I'm so glad that you made it a point to be here. And we're also going to ask that you let other people know to come. And when you leave here today, make sure that you are sharing the knowledge, the jewels, the nuggets that you've learned and received here today. Share it with your networks, share it with your children, your family members, other community members. This is not about hoarding information, tools, or resources. We are in a critical point in time right now in our country. And so it's important for us to gather together and be strong as a collective, but also to fortify our respective families and our own being, right? And so we talk a lot about health, right? And it's always revolving around, breathing, yoga, eating right. Right? And those things are important. They're very important. But sometimes we forget why people are stressed out, why we are at dis-ease, right? And a lot of times it's because there are other factors that are informing our total health and well-being. And that's finances. It's money. And so we need to get better at normalizing talking about money, normalizing the relationship between money and our health, and it informs the decisions we make. In the men's panel, we're going to be talking about some of the decisions and the impacts on emotional health, mental health, some of the things that we might gravitate towards, substances, right? It might show up in our relationships, in our families, in our other interpersonal relationships. And so if we don't name it, and if we don't understand root causes or root motivators of what's causing us to move a certain way, to wild out a certain way, then we'll remain disconnected and we won't get close to achieving that state of total health and well-being. So it's really about being honest with ourselves, right? Understanding where our gaps are, understanding areas that we need to heal. But even that, we talk about healing. How do you do that, right? What is the practical steps to healing? We use a lot of buzzwords, right? Woke, you gotta heal that, But what does that mean in practice? What are some of the habits that you need to change or add to your day-to-day life? What are some of the mindsets? That has been the recurring word that has come up in most of the conversation. We are at a time where there is a critical need to shift our minds. The ways that we have been approaching things are outdated. They no longer serve us. We have to start, if we want to live a certain life, then we have to start seeing ourselves living that life and making the decisions to move that way. They say people who are rich or wealthy, they already feel it. They believe it. And those of you who've read The Secret and all these other books, you have to believe it. Sometimes our mind plays tricks on us, right? We try to think positive, but then there's the other voice like, nah, what you trying to do? You can't do that. And so you have to overcome that. And every negative thought that comes into your mind, you have to replace that with a new line of thought that directly contradicts that negative thought. And listen, we are aware of the impact of conditioning, and we know that we are but a day out of slavery. And so there are many habits, there are many things that we don't even realize we're still dealing with post-traumatic slave syndrome, even in our upward mobility, right? Our habits with money, the ways that we conserve things, the way that we view things, still show up from time to time. Do y'all still save bags? Throw them bags away, y'all. Throw all them Cub bags away. It shows up as hoarding. It shows up in so many ways, right? Ways that we've learned to cope. But now we need to learn a new language of thriving. And it looks completely different than where we've come from. And listen, we honor where we've come from. We honor and embrace and accept our journey. But we must not remain stuck in that journey, in that part of the journey. It's not about dismissing it. It's just about, is that mindset and are those habits, those lifestyle practices, those behaviors, are they serving me where I'm trying to go? And I also want to stress that where you're trying to go, where you're headed, it might be scary because it's unfamiliar and it'll scare the crap out of you. And a lot of times people kind of shrink back. Why? Because it's familiar. And we confuse familiarity with comfort. So we just have to understand who we are, where we're trying to go, and that those things will look different, they will feel different. Your network is going to shift. The things that you once enjoyed, you're no longer going to enjoy them. You're going to be thirsting for something deeper and richer and real. And more importantly, you have to believe that you are worth it, and you have to believe that you deserve it. We've just completed a series of sessions called Community Empowered, right? And we're launching again in spring 2026. And we have a session called Vision and Values. And what we do is we go through and we help people unpack things. Because the other buzzwords, let's build wealth. Where they do that at? Let's build wealth. How do you build wealth if you are trying to build wealth on a rocky foundation? How do you build wealth if you do not cultivate a wealth mindset? And building wealth is not always about getting more. It's often about learning to manage what you already have. And so a lot of what we're going to be covering today is exactly that. Because many of you have, right? Many of you are comfortable. Would we like to stretch out a bit more? Absolutely, and do that. But what are the mindset, the lifestyle, the habits to building wealth? And we all know wealth is not always what? Money. It's peace of mind. It's having your health, right? Unfortunately, we are overrepresented in almost every health disparity: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, Alzheimer's, murder, violence in our communities, violence against each other. That's still trauma, y'all. That's still post-traumatic slave trauma. And we're all impacted by it, right? So we have to just unpack some things, till the soil, so to speak, so that we can now ready the surface to build a solid foundation. And this is not about crucifying or judging those parts of you that no longer serve you, okay? We have to be gentle with ourselves. You've been through some things. I've been through some things. And you honor that person that you were when you went through those things, okay? We don't throw her away. We don't cast him aside. we honor, and we mourn, right? And we make peace with it. And then we start to build. Because otherwise, when you start building and you haven't addressed those things, buried it, mourned it, had a funeral for it, if you will, then you're going to bring all of those thoughts and mindsets and everything with you. And it's going to show up in your foundations, and it may not be as strong as you would like it to be. And so this is probably one of the unique approaches to having a conversation about health and wealth in the same conversation, because you can't talk about one without talking about the other. And so I'm not going to take all the air, because we have an amazing lineup of panelists, many of them local thought leaders. Sometimes we're so used to people, you know, we have access to some amazing, brilliant people in our communities. I've been honored to know and have grown. Many of them have watched me grow, right? And I honor my elders present in the room today. And it honored me that I didn't have to beg and plead. I just said, will you? And they said yes. And so listen, because the other thing is our cultural traditions have to follow us. We have to bring our whole culture with us. We should not have to set it down, set it aside. We are African descent, and others in the room, hey y'all. But we are of African descent. And so we have to honor our journey and understand that that journey, that trauma is also in our DNA. We're carrying that too. But there are many folks here, tenured, veteran, thought leaders in recovery, in reentry, in health and wellness, in insurance, finance, estate planning, last wishes, money, next level investing. So we have to start looking at our lives as the total sum of, we can't treat ourselves in silos. We have to bring all of it. And when you're making your plans and your goals, you have to account for all of the aspects of your life. It's not about putting pretty pictures on a poster board. Because now we're going to talk about the tactics, the action items that need to accompany your goals. What are the steps? If you want to start a business, what do you need to do? You need to write out every single thing. Register with the Secretary of State. Get your EIN number. Set up a bank. Write those things down. Put it on your schedule to accomplish it. That's how things become more real to you, right? So without further ado, please enjoy the program. Oh, and by the way, my name is Anika Robbins. I'm the president and CEO. Right. Yeah, that's me. And and listen, the Anika Foundation, I started this with $400 of my own money out of pocket. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that I wanted to make a difference. And I knew that, yes, while there are many people doing great things in the nonprofit space, there were some gaps. And it's having conversations like this, right? Because listen, we want to eliminate disparities. I don't want to just throw money at poverty. I want to help transition people out of poverty. I don't want repeat business. I don't want repeat customers. I want every single person in this room and those in your network to elevate to whatever the next level looks like for you, with total health, financial wellness, spiritual health and wellness, right? And having a solid foundation, because look, our children are watching. They're paying attention more than we realize. And we have to model what success looks like for the next generation. We have to model that, right? And salute to the parents who are doing well in that regard. Children in college, children, working, starting businesses. I salute you, especially knowing how hard it is to accomplish things like that. So please share, enjoy, be fully present, leave out whatever you came in with, because you're gonna get some tools that are going to inspire, magnify, amplify, expand, whatever you're trying to do. And that is my hope and my wish for you. I want whatever good thing you want for yourself, I want that for you too. So shall we begin? Yes. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta thank our sponsors. So let me go back. US Bank, they've been very supportive of our work. Minnesota Department of Health. So this is part of our Eliminating Health Disparities Initiative grant, and part of our charge is to address root causes. And so a lot of what we're doing here is looking at exactly that. So we'll hear from the director for Minneapolis Civil Rights Department, because that's a root cause. Discrimination is still very prevalent, right? Lack of proper planning with our state, our assets, that's a root cause. Trauma in the workplace is a cause. So we'll get more into that, but we're appreciative of their support and funding. The People of Color Career Fair, Sharon Smith Akinsanya, and then, yes, Minneapolis, and BAFA Capital. So our other speaker today, Hamish Ganga, will be joining us talking about Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and everything. So I'm really excited about that. And of course, thanks to the University of Minnesota Urban Research and Outreach Center, that part. But at any rate, I'm going to invite up our board chair, Prince Corbett, to offer some welcome remarks.
First of all, good morning, and thank everyone for showing up. I'm Prince Corbett, board chair of the Anika Foundation, proud to serve in this role. And as we're having these conversations about health and wellness, just a couple of things are coming to mind, right? Just for my own self, I grew up single parent household, got kicked out of school in the 10th grade because I had too many unexcused absences. I wasn't gifted and talented in classes. I was passing all of my classes, but got kicked out of school because of policies in schools. Started ripping and running the streets, gang banging, hustling, selling drugs. Went to prison when I was 21 years old for 3.5 years. And then December 29th, 2005 is when I got out of prison, so coming up on 20 years. And thank you. And things have transitioned so much in them 20 years, and thinking about my own health and wealth and my own mindset, I didn't have anybody showing me the way to get to the proper ways of wealth. For me, wealth was, and money was like, I just wanted the fast money because as a man, if I can't feed my family, if I can't take care of my family, I'm stressed out, I'm not thinking right, I'm doing whatever it is that I can to get money to pay the bills. And all of those decisions contributed to the lifestyle that I was living back in the day. But when I was in prison, one of the things is education. I educated myself and began to read. And that's a big piece of some of the things that we have to do, is being able to have honest conversations, having to look in the mirror about who we are, about our decisions, about decisions that we make with money. And I'm still impacted by it. Because yes, I've grown a lot. My credit score is super bomb thanks to a wealth coach that I have. But I got a Jordan fetish right now. I was just sitting there thinking, I got probably $5,000 worth of Jordan sitting in my apartment. And that's coming from my own trauma of growing up poor and not having things, right? And so I have to tell myself sometimes, like, no, I don't need to get those ones that are coming out. There's a new pair that dropped this morning. I'm not going on the Nike app, right? That $200 can be invested into something else. That $200 can go into a savings account. That $200 can go into the pension plan. It can go into the retirement account. But we have to be honest with ourselves about the things that we have within inside of our own self. And connected to wellness is, if we don't have the things, well, racial disparities and racial inequities in Minnesota, right? So Minneapolis is one of the worst cities for blacks to live when we look at a lot of the economic inequalities, right? And if we don't have the things, our necessary things to be able to take care of ourselves, we're stressed. That stress flows to our kids, our grandkids, our households, and it's important that we have to manage within our own selves. Manage our own mindsets, manage our families, manage our relationships, seeking the advice of other people. Right, so I just want to share that with you all as we are entering into these conversations about wealth and what it means. Wealth is not always about money. It's the spiritual health. It's the mental health. It's the physical health. It's the dental health. Right, I just missed my dentist appointment. I was so mad, and I 4 months to reschedule, but all of those things contribute to a healthy lifestyle. And if we add more years to our life, then we can have more money that are coming in, right? So if I'm living a whole extra 10 years longer within my own life because of taking care of self, hitting the gym, even if it's for 30 minutes, or if we can't hit the gym, just doing some exercise for our own health, we're adding years to our life. And adding years to our life adds money to our life, adds finances to our life, adds wealth to our life, adds love to our life, adds peace to our life. So thank you, Anika, and I will be talking with the men later on.
Please give Prince another round of applause. He is, wow, just an incredible thought leader. We're super honored to have his support in governing, providing guidance to our organization. It's been just a joy working with him, and so more to come. Next up, I believe we're at the point. Oh, these are some more items. So we'll have these QR codes throughout the day. We have some, if you want to sign up for the 2026 cohort, it's a multi-part session around finances, real estate investing, if that's something that you're interested in, and estate planning and some other topics that we'll be covering again. This is our lifestyle program. So you may have received the booklets out front. We're asking people to sign up to do that. It's really simple. You're just monitoring your habits, your water intake, the moments where you feel high stress, what food you're eating, if you're getting enough sleep. There's 7 principles. So click the QR code with your phone. Otherwise, this will be broadcast throughout the day. But it's really a way of holding yourself accountable. You know, it's not a diet plan, because we're not really big on that. It's really how do you achieve that total health and wellness, okay? All right, I'm excited to get going. Excuse me. I'm so excited. Have you ever built something and start to see it come to fruition? So we're going to kick this off, and just before I get into that, we're going to hear from Dr. Miriam Roby, and then after that, we're going to break up. So the men are going to go through this door and into the other room for Cipher 1, okay? And then the women will remain in this room. So again, honoring our ancestral traditions, and then after that conversation, you all will join us back in the main room for our keynote, and then we'll break for lunch and have the rest of the program. So stay tuned. Dr. Miriam Roby is a distinguished healthcare leader, clinician, and equity strategist with over 21 years of experience delivering patient-centered care across primary and urgent care, hospital medicine, occupational medicine, and critical care. She has served in an inaugural role as Health Equity Clinical Outcomes Director, leading large healthcare organizations in assessing, improving, and transforming health outcomes. Through data-driven strategy, community engagement, and systems-level equity initiatives. She has several accolades, including earning her Associate and Bachelor of Science in Nursing, a Master of Science as a Family Nurse Practitioner from Georgetown University, and her Doctorate of Nursing Practice from St. Catherine. She has also completed specialized training, including fundamentals in critical care support, the Intercultural Development Inventory, and Harvard University Certificate in Reducing Racial Disparities in Healthcare. Her work centers on bridging healthcare delivery and community voice, strategic outreach, and measurable quality improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Miriam Roby. Testing. Ooh. So how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so let's dive in here. Allow me a minute, all my papers. You and I spoke this week, and it was a very thought-provoking conversation, the reality of where we're at. So why don't we start there? Help us unpack what's coming, some of the trends that you're seeing around health disparities, especially as it relates to the African American community. Start there, and then we'll dive in a bit more. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy to see all of you here, and thank you for taking the time. As Ms. Anika had mentioned, we just met just recently. We don't know why we haven't crossed
Right.
paths before, but we're so thankful. It was another member, a mutual friend that we know, that introduced us, and we had a very, very engaging conversation, which led to me, thankfully, to be here present with all of you. To your point, we are in a place where we all need to figure out how we're going to bridge together. And I know that this is where, individuals say this over and over and over again, but it is very critical, especially with current administration and some of the things that are coming down the path that we had talked about.
So what are some of those things?
Good question. Is that a good segue?
Sigh,
It was a
yes.
sigh because and that's actually what we did when we had our conversation. We both collectively took a large sigh, and we had to take a moment to digest. You and I, and we wanted to figure out how we could unpack this to the community, unpack it in a transparent way that brings a call to action, but also unpack it in a way where it also catalyzes or mobilizes us to want to do more, essentially. And so that's hopefully what we will talk about today. So, okay, what I wrote this down because I wanted to make sure that this was streamlined. Health policy, well, let me pause and backtrack. So what I have learned in the 21 years, so it's 21 years in healthcare, different hospital systems, different clinical systems, you name it, I've done it I've been part of it, right? And then, and if you're okay, I'm just going to take a slight scenic route. What drove me to health equity formally, I was practicing when COVID hit. I worked in hospital medicine. There were no days off, and there was no remote for me. I was there front line with my other clinical colleagues in a large institution. And what I saw consistently was that my community of color were dying at a crazy rate, that the individuals that were coming in were having healthcare disparities, chronic disease management wasn't treated in a way that we should have been adhering to. And then on top of that, I had no idea, was I going to die from it? Was I going to bring it home to my daughter? Was she going to die from it? Like, we had no idea what was happening. No idea. And we got through it, and I had to take a moment, and I self-reflected, and I said to myself, if I passed away, have I done the most that I can for my community? And what I resoundingly said was no. And so that's what led me formally into health equity. Have I been doing health equity, equality, naturally with my care with my community members? Yes. But then I moved into it formally, and how I could position myself with a platform with different large organizations. 2 of them, in fact, is what I did. And how can we close the gaps on our disparities? So thank you for allowing me to take that time, but that was the premise. And now it led me to Miss Anika, and we're hoping that maybe we can mobilize a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you. So what I wanted to preface with that, because what I had learned is that, you know, policy changes in Minnesota and in the federal level are going to show up in your mailbox, in your MyChart, in your pharmacy, in your budget, right? And it's not abstract. This is finite, tangible things that are going to affect you. Whether your clinic takes your insurance, how much you're going to pay at the pharmacy, if your grandma can stay in her nursing home, which today, and this is ever changing, but today there was something that changed where the staffing levels within nursing homes are going to change. Just today, right? And then whether your 22-year-old will be able to remain on insurance coverage so that you can cover that. So I say that again because it's not that I want to scare you, but we need to be transparent in what we're facing. Transparency means that we can look at it, we can unpack it, and then together as a community, we can build things to surround us, buffer us, so that we can try to weather the storm, at least for the next 3 years and beyond.
Wow.
So my hope and my goal is for this session, Anika and I, you know, personally, and then hopefully as we have our other peers join us, is that we'll be talking about the changing dynamics in Medicaid, Medicare, ACA, which is, you know, the Affordable Care Act, market plans, translate what does that mean for your day-to-day care, your wallet, share practical action steps and advocacy tools so you can stay covered and stay informed.
Wow. Dive a little more into the insurance coverages, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
And we also talked about the possibility of losing some of our safety net clinics and hospitals. Mm-hmm. Speak to that a bit. Like, what is happening that would make that be a possibility?
And I will actually say it's happening.
Okay.
So we're past the possibility stage. You can Google, you can look on social media. There are clinic closures happening as we speak. Right? I won't pinpoint any specific hospital organizations, but there are different organizations also in danger of closing. This is widely known in the social media space, news outlets. So we're not even thinking about it at this point. We're at the precipice and we're at an inflection point, you guys. So we were here, now we're here. And where do we go after this point? How do we mobilize? Right? And again, we talked about a specific mobilization. I'm not going to highlight because, again, you know, I'm not here to highlight specific organizations, but there are organizations, faith-based, that are out there trying to mobilize right now too. And I was at my church when one of these mobilization community help were there, and it was beautiful to see, but then at the same time, slightly alarming to see because my church, which is a very large church here, should have been jam-packed with people out the door. We had a large amount of community members, but it was not jam-packed and out the door. We had Keith Ellison there. We had Senator Bobby Joe Champion there. We had other key representatives there. They were not there to speak. They were there to listen. The individuals that were speaking were faith-based leaders. They were also community leaders that they were trying to sound the alarm. And they had the current data of what's happening in our community. They actually went and did a qualitative survey with the community members. What does it mean to you with the effects that may happen? And this was projected out to our senior leaders, our legislators, and then what are they going to do about it? But we should have seen that room jam-packed, Miss Anika, we should have.
So what do you know, when we talked about that, I asked you what is our contingency? And you said there really isn't any. And I think that's alarming. Like, if we are losing clinics and hospitals, what recourse do we have? Or if you mentioned that your providers may fall out of network, there will be limited access to health care. And so that's another reason why we're having these conversations, because that means that we're going to have to fend for ourselves. And you're like, well, I'm already doing that. But in a real way, if something were to happen to you, your child, your loved one, and there's limited resources, I mean, we're basically in a position where we may not be able to afford care. And then if we can, we may not be able to access it.
That's right.
And so I asked you, well,
Yeah.
what is our contingency, or are there free clinics? But I guess these were all federally funded as well.
That's right.
Wow.
So we're in this conundrum, right? So
Yeah.
here's that sighing moment that you and I had when we were, discussing this. And so let me, I'll give some bullet points here, right? So Congress passed a federal law in 2025 that cuts Medicaid funding, right? Tightens eligibility with most changes starting in 2026, not immediately. The key themes: more frequent eligibility checks, more chances to lose coverage if you miss paperwork or a renewal notice. Shorter retroactive coverage. It will be harder to get Medicaid to pay for care you got before the application was approved, which can mean more medical debt for you. Work requirements in some states. Some adults may be required to show work hours or exemptions to keep coverage. Plain language, Medicaid will still exist, but it will become easier to lose, harder to get back, especially if you move, change jobs, or miss mail. Now let me say that again, right? Especially for the ones in the back, way back there. If you move, change jobs, or miss your mail. Who misses mail? Are people who are experiencing homelessness. Who's changing jobs? Did you look at the last statistics? We're between 300 to 600,000 Black women who lost jobs recently.
And that's not even counting Black men
That's
or
not
other
even
men of
counting
color.
Black men
and
or
women.
color. and if you move. So right now, we're in a position, think about it, the way everything is happening, it's in a very strategic manner. Very strategic. Very strategic.
Do you have more points?
I do.
Okay.
You want me to continue?
Couple more,
Okay,
couple more.
okay,
Yeah,
couple
thank
more.
you.
All right. So Medicare for older adults and people with disabilities. So Part B, which does doctor visits and outpatient care. Essentially, the premium's going to go up. Okay? The good thing that I can highlight is that likely with prescription drugs, there will be a cap on that. What does that mean in plain language for you? Like I said, premiums are going to go up, the amount of services are going to go down, but for many older adults, drug costs will finally have a ceiling or a cap instead of a bottomless pit that was before. Affordable Care Act, or the ACA/market plans. Since 2021, people have been buying insurance on healthcare.gov or state exchanges like MNsure that have enhanced premium tax credits. These are to help lower the monthly premiums. Those enhanced subsidies are due to expire at the end of 2025, meaning in a couple of weeks, unless Congress is able to do something about that. What does that mean? Plain language, if your kids use MNsure or healthcare.gov, pay close attention this next season because your premiums could jump sharply if Congress does not act.
Wow. Did you have one more?
I have one more that I can give.
Okay.
So Minnesota is still annualizing that the new federal Medicaid law, that the state officials, that the first big changes won't hit until 2026. They plan to communicate that clearly. What does that mean? People who move frequently, experiencing homelessness, or have language barriers, those immigrants and humanitarian protections likely will lose at the beginning of 2026, unless state policy changes. What does that mean? Right now, over 140,000 Minnesotans could eventually lose coverage because of this federal law. And I'm highlighting federal, right? Minnesota Care and undocumented adults, as of the 2025 legislative change, the undocumented adults already in Minnesota Care can keep their coverage through the end of 2025, which is, again, just in a couple of weeks. But new undocumented adult enrollments are closed. Undocumented children under 18 can still enroll. Plain language, our state, Minnesota, is trying to soften that blow, but many Minnesotans, especially immigrants and people with low incomes, are still at risk of losing coverage in 2026 if we do not stay engaged.
Okay, so that's heavy, that's a lot, and it's gonna hit people differently,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So no contingency, so what are our action items here? Like what can we do, what should we be doing? You know, my mind immediately goes to some just, you know, the lifestyle things that I mentioned earlier, but what can we do? I know you talked about engaging, you know, our legislators, but we also talked about some of the human things that we need to do.
Yeah.
So tactically speaking, first tell us, where would we go?
Where do we go? What do we do? Right? I say that on a daily basis as I'm still learning. And we just now meeting last week, thankfully,
Yes,
right?
yes, indeed.
Right? But it's staying connected. And I so thank you for having a platform like this, Ms. Anika. So I want you guys to acknowledge, and this is not just to clap for her, but to acknowledge what she's doing right now, right? She's bringing information directly to you in a free platform in which we're trying to help one another. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. And I thank you for allowing me to be part of something so amazing.
Absolutely.
Right?
Thanks, Marseille, for connecting.
Yes, thank you, Marseille. But so how tangibly we need to stay together, we need to bond together. This is not a time to fuss and fight. This is the time that we need to put things aside and we need to power together. And we're talking about powering together across all demographic, ethnic makeup. Right? This is not the time for us to be siloed, fractionated. This is not that time. So what can we do? We come to and support scenarios, platforms like this, because the more platform Ms. Anika gets, the more that we're able to provide information to you. That also means engaging with, if you have faith-based, go to your local churches. My church, again, I'm not plugging it, but I'm just saying my church has done an amazing things with trying to connect with the community. Not only with food resources, but the same resources that we're talking about during this platform today. And on top of that, trying to mobilize us as a community so that we have one strategic initiative that we're walking to our legislators with. Instead of having different groups coming at different things, we need to bullet point the things that we need initially. What is it that's imperative that we need to do today? And what are you going to do to support us if you want our vote? Your vote matters.
Yes.
Remember that. Your vote matters, okay? So I want to say that do not think just because you are one individual, that doesn't mean anything. So how can you prepare yourself? You yourself, what is it that what means to you? What are your priority items? Is it education? Is it insurance?
Yeah.
Is it financial health and wellness? Is it having to learn more about the healthcare institutions and what we can do for you? What is it? And then that's how you mobilize, and then you call, you have strategically, you can call your legislators, your commissioners, your mayor, your governor, and you let them know what is important to you, and you consistently do it.
Yes.
This is not a one-time, one thing. You do that. You continue to do that, right? So if we're to look at it from baby steps, baby steps, what I would strongly suggest for you to do is you stay on top of the policy changes, your health insurance immediately. If you do not have a primary care clinic or a provider, you should have that despite what we're going through currently. However, this is the time you need to localize and have one individual, one clinic that you're going to stick with. You don't want to be moving around and having to worry about having different messaging. Find one, stick with it, let them get to know you, because during that time, you can ask questions, they can provide questions, and you can ask what's happening with your insurance and coverage.
Sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Dr. Roby a warm applause. This was very insightful. At this time, we're going to break out into our groups, so the gentlemen are able to leave through that door or through the main door, go around. We'll break up into Cipher 1, and then the women stay in the room. And I'd like to, at this point, invite up. Yeah, you can say. Yep. So these are our panelists in Cipher 1. Yep, and you can go through back there or through there. Please give a warm welcome to Dion Trice. I'd like to invite up Deborah Hurston from the Association of Black Economic Power. Kenya McKnight Ahad. I know I saw her. She's out there networking, huh? Kenya? Huh? Yeah. Thank you. Do we have Kenya? Hi, love. How you doing? Thank you, babe. Appreciate that. All right, ladies, how you doing?
Very well.
It's good to see your beautiful faces in the place. And to our panelists, thanks for being here. I'm going to scoot my chair out a bit so I can see you. So I can see. Calling Kenya. Kenya out here campaigning. Please give her a warm applause as she makes her way to the stage. So we're going to dive right in, okay? We're going to keep this train rolling. So ladies, thank you all for being here. Given what we've just heard from Dr. Roby, what are the top 3 things women need to be concerned with in this climate? What are your thoughts, and who wants to go first?
Well, you know what? I'll jump in because I think the top 3 things cross race, gender, just human existence. And I come from a position where if you do not have your health, you literally do not have anything. I've lost over 4 family members in the last year and a half. And I can't say it enough. Health is the most important thing. Some of those losses were predictable given lifestyle. The second thing would be you have to have control of your financial resources. You have to know where that money is going. Is that money being spent on your priorities? Or is it somebody else's priorities that your money's being spent on? So as we move forward, you need to have a plan and see if your resources are helping you get to that plan. Those are,
You got one more?
I do.
Okay. By all means, Ms. Hurston.
You know what? Being home challenged brings about stress. You need to make sure that you and yours can be secure, because that's going to eliminate a whole lot of stress. It's going to ripple into your health issues. And so for me, it's those 3 things.
Thank you so much for sharing. Kenya, did you have Dion? Yeah.
Oh, well, I said all right now, and I guess that got my name called by saying all right now. The 3 things that I think are most important is your peace, healthy interpersonal relationships, and then community. So those are the 3 things. I'm gonna just leave that real short right there.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. She got the memo. Kenya.
Yeah, I would echo wellness. I think it's really important that we're present with ourselves and being mindful of where we are in our lives. That's really important. 2, mindful of the work, the load we take on, right? Yes. It's just an evaluation of the Superwoman Cape, right? In these times, as we know, I know we'll get further into the, workforce. There's so much that's happened, specifically to Black women, that we need to really take a really deep breath and figure out what makes sense for us to carry, in our lives at this time, what's shared work. And I think the third most important thing to me is, what does our network look like at this time? And the collaborative work that we need to continue doing for some of us, get to for the rest of us, because that's the times we're in where everything is shared at this moment. So
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the first one? Presence with self. And I know just briefly, I cannot just run out the house no more, right? I have to take a moment to just kind of be
Yes.
and figure that out. So that's important for my mental wellness and emotional stability, because it's so much to do that I just got to be like, okay, in the
Yes.
morning. So that's what I mean about presence with yourself.
You're taking time for yourself.
Yes.
And putting yourself first.
Yes.
Because as women, we tend to embrace and go all in on the nurturing and caretaking of everyone, often at our own expense. Is that correct? Yes. All right, thank you. Dion.
Yes, ma'am.
This one's for you. No.
Okay.
How can we find balance in our relationships, be present for our children in the workplace, and dealing with stress and conflict? We'll pause there. That's loaded.
That was a whole lot of different things to be able to address, but in some very similar ways. Because I was listening to you speak a few seconds ago, and I'm like, somebody went to therapy. That's a nice thing.
Haven't actually, but
Oh, okay. But much of the language and the understanding of what you were saying is things that I'm having to repeat 7, 10, 11, 20 times a day for folks. Okay. And so I'll just start off on my little list because there's 10 things I have on here. One is learn to listen to yourself and your body. Allow space for and acknowledge your own emotions, your own behaviors and thoughts, and take ownership or responsibility for them. And I will just say this really quick. Why I say this, one of the things I'm telling people is you have feelings, you have thoughts. Those feelings and thoughts leads to your behaviors. If you don't recognize why you feel what you feel or why you've been thinking what you're thinking, then you don't know why you're doing what you're doing. And so when I say to them, and acknowledge that that's yours, because people love the thing of you made me feel, unless you're a puppet and I can put my hand in the bag, I cannot make you do anything, right? Me and one of my bosses in our leadership, who was of a less melanated species, was telling me so much about how much I am just my environment.
oh,
That people are just part of their environment. And yes, you are. And so I said, well, then tell me what's the impetus for change since I'm just my environment, because that sounds very hopeless for me.
Right.
Especially as a black folks, because y'all been telling me that I don't have any agency for a long time, and I'm trying to figure out how to get my own agency back. But that's a whole new thing about decolonizing mental health and all the rest of that, right? Because, again, you as a white person, the way you see the world, yes, it's all about my environment. Yeah, okay, anyway. But when you're going to take some personal responsibility for stuff that be going on, including racism, excuse me, slavery, I'm going to just leave those there. So anyway, if you want to, you have to have, take on the responsibility for your own things so that you can be able to empower yourself in these moments and times. Because other than that, you'll get very depressed about the things that you hear and see. And then setting boundaries and consequences. Nothing ticks me off more than when people turn around and say, set boundaries. Okay, so then somebody violates, what you gonna do? Because boundaries without consequences are an empty threat. I don't play in empty threats. I mean what I say what I mean. I stand 10 toes down on it. You can like it, don't like it. That's just where I'm at. That's, that's just the skin I'm in. Just thank you, Jesus. Hello. Okay, so anyway, like I said, boundaries without consequences are empty threats. Make no weight and good enough part of your vocabulary. No weight. That's good enough. Nobody is trying to ask for perfection. Perfection is very rarely ever required. It's very, very rarely ever required. I could tell a short story about that and how my children's teachers became very terrified of me, and with that reground the perfectionism. Well, because education systems get certain money. No, wait, and good enough.
So
Right.
comma, right?
Yes.
Comma, wait.
Wait.
Yeah, so no, and wait.
And that's
Yes.
good enough.
Yes.
Right? In what you do. Right? So again, for good enough is because, again, like I was about to say, perfectionism is a pressure that doesn't belong. Perfection is very rarely required with anything unless whatever you're doing is about the structural integrity of a building or something like that.
Right.
But generally, that ain't even 100% either. So perfection is very rarely required, right? And so if we can remember that, and we can also look and say, well, that, it's sufficient.
Yes.
I'm gonna say real quick about interpersonal relationships. One of the big things I see in marriages is that generally the wife has a specific way she wants things done. And so because she has a specific way that she wants things done and he doesn't do it exactly the way that she does it, then she won't let him do it, and then she's mad because he's lazy. Because he got to do it to your perfect standards. And so therefore he don't do nothing, and now you mad and overstressed and trying to do everything, and you can't sleep, and y'all can't have sex because you mad. I had to make sure I went somewhere. It blew out the mic. It just and so I will just say this within my own voice. The reason why all of that stuff. Okay, here we go. Thank you. And so the thing is, you looking for perfection. You don't have no help. Now you frustrated. Stop trying to look for perfect. If the dishes need to get done, I don't care if you put them in the drainer instead of dry them and put them in the cabinet. Then just go back there, dry them and put them in the cabinet if it's working your nerves that bad. It ain't working nobody else's that bad. So you want peace or you want some dishes in the cabinet? Figure it out. You'll be able to go to sleep later on tonight, do some stress relief, something. But anyway, all right,
So
next
ladies
thing.
and gentlemen, that's a stress reduction strategy.
All right. The other one is set realistic expectations of yourselves and other people. You know, you out here expecting a mama who ain't never been around to be there tomorrow. That's not a realistic expectation. And everybody who got a title don't know the job description. And so you trying to honor people like they lived up to the title.
Wow.
And they really didn't. They act like strangers. Put people where they belong and treat them accordingly. That's a stress reduction thing too.
All right there.
All day, tomorrow, and yesterday, all day, and forever. Let's see here. Know your limitations as well as other people. We be trusting people with stuff. They don't have a high school degree in hello, and you want to turn around and give your whole future to them. Then you got to come and pay a bill or come see me, because again, the way the insurance company's acting, that might be the only way you're going to get. And thank God we have thought about that and have a reduced and renewed sliding scale fee to make things more appropriate and open for folks to come and get mental health services. Another thing is increase your tolerance for variance.
Say more.
So because of the fact that, again, you know, the perfect thing or the my way is the way. There's more ways that one to skin a cat, you know, that's just the whole thing. Not that I'm going around skinning cats, but, you know, half of my patients or clients sometimes feel quite filleted by the time they walk up out of my office, but that's a whole new thing. And so anyway, yes, the if you don't stop showing up right there, increasing your tolerance for variance, which is people are not you. You are not them. And so everybody's not going to hear the same thing you do, understand the same thing you do, comprehend, process it the same way you do, and they may get to a different conclusion than you. And for all the talking that you may do to try to convince them, they may never come around to your way of thinking, doing, or being. And you're going to have to just let that be. Just let that be. Right? Everybody don't have to think like you. Thank God, because maybe we can get some other solutions that's out the box if we do that. But that's a whole other thing. So I'm going to keep on going down this list. Appreciate yourself and others. So, you know, take a bath, comb your hair, tell yourself thank you. Girl, you're doing all right this morning. What I say? Somebody give me a compliment and say, oh, you look so beautiful. I say, I worked hard. I worked hard. And so in that situation, yes, I give myself appreciation for it. I say, thank you. You know what, Dion, you're doing all right today. Say something nice to you. You worked hard. You got up out the bed. You could have just laid in there and pulled the covers over your head and decided you didn't want to do anything else, or you could have decided to take yourself out of here. But you did not. You working hard. So give yourself congratulations and show appreciation for other people when they do so as well. Learn how to let things go.
Okay, wait a minute. You can't just drop that. How do you let it go?
Oh, yes. See, thank you very much, because I love when people, because also having been a minister, well, still am, Jesus help us today. Safe for the other folks, I guess. I don't know. People get confused with forgiveness and trust on a regular basis. And so I can choose to, like, okay, I accept you did that. I was mad. I was probably pretty right about it while I was mad. And that's okay. And maybe you accept it, maybe you don't. And I'm going to be all right with that. But I'm going to move on, because I don't have time to be tracking your every move. You know, because when you don't forgive people, you bind yourself to them because of the fact you got to track their every move. What they do, what they said, how they feel, what they think, all of that. That's just too much time to be given to one other person. So I just need to let you go for my own cortisol reasons. I need to let you go for my own clarity of thought reasons. I need to let you go so the back of my brain, or my primal brain, is not always stuck in survival, in threat mode all the time, so I can go to sleep. I need to let you go. So that's why I said earlier, you know, 3 things. Peace. I need peace. I need peace. I need to let you go and be and do what you got to be. Now, that don't mean I got to trust you. Just because I forgave you don't mean I trust you, because I changed.
Yes.
You didn't. So I'm not getting ready to play these games. I'm not setting myself up for an attack, an ambush. I'm not setting myself up to be sabotaged by trusting people who are not worthy of trust, because they haven't done a dang thing to get healing. You went to go to get healed. You spent your time. You spent your money. You spent your effort. And then you going to turn around and get it to somebody who ain't did nothing and expect they're going to be different. Madness. But anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's great.
And so my last thing, I'm sorry,
Yes,
there's the
yes.
last one on there because long remembers itself. Well, 2 last things. Breathe. I know she said that earlier. Get some oxygen in your blood. Let yourself know that you ain't been running, you know, breath deprived, oxygen deprived, that you ain't about to pass out. My children make me breathe. Not hyperventilate. Boy, if you... No, not hyperventilate. They make me breathe. Jesus. Today, help me. Let me think about this for a minute. Because I still want them to know I like them at the end. Make me breathe. Now, what I wanted to say was, then speak. So those are mine for survival. Excuse me, not survival, thriving and daily living.
Yes,
Hello.
yes. I love it. Thank you. Ooh, give her applause for that. Yes. So I love how you went deep and granular, because these are all the thieves of joy. The things that you described are the thieves of joy, and they are the things that contribute to the day-to-day stresses. And so I mentioned earlier about being able to name it, right? And I love how you outlined what we're responsible for. We're responsible for what we can control, and that is our reaction to the external stressors. So thank you for walking us through that, because I'm sure all or most of us, we have experienced and felt most of what you've described, right? Letting go is hard. I want to dive deep, but I'm going to leave it alone. But it is hard, right? Because, you know, the tendency is, why can't they just, right?
On a regular basis.
She said on a regular basis.
I mean, it is one of the hardest things. And so, you know, because when I tell them, I say, you have to forgive or you have to let go. And before you can even say to me, well, that sounds easy. I already know it sounds easy to say. This is work. That's why you're here. This is work. And there's some days people are going to do something that's going to challenge the forgiveness you just gave them. And I'm going to have to recommit to forgive you again, because I don't want to stay here staring at you. I just need, I don't work at the IRS. I'm not here to knock on your door for my payment. I'm not here for my moment of revenge. And again, I used to do domestic violence. And one of the things that was interesting about why women stay sometimes is,
Yes.
I don't want to let him go and then he get better for somebody else. That's the thing. After all this work, all this time I done invested in him, all I done put up with, you think I'm gonna let him go and be with somebody else? Is you crazy? And then all of a sudden he get his right mind in his head and I don't get no benefits on all that I done put in? And so you stuck here trying to get benefits from an empty balance. How do you get benefits, interest, anything from a zero balance? My daughters look at me quite crazy when I say things like, please stop picking up men with homeless spirits. Ooh. That's looking for a place to lay both his heads. As if you are a cave that he can run into. Mom, you just unnecessary. So you heard what I said, and I bet you got a visual that'll never go out of your head, will you? Right? Yeah. But that is that thing of letting go, because you will trap yourself in some place, in cycles, triangles, situations that you will never get out of because you're too busy looking at your past. You can't see where you presently are and can't imagine where you could possibly go.
Wow. Okay, really quick. I'm gonna let it breathe. Now, what resources are available for domestic violence, mental wellness, stress management? I'm gonna give you a moment, Dion, and I'm gonna ask Dr. Roby that question, if you know.
If I could, I just wanted to highlight what Ms. Dion did acknowledge from a physiological level. She highlighted a couple of key points as far as cortisol and our fight or flight. And that is very, very prevalent, especially with us in the Black community. And then I'd love to add a layer of the trauma that you highlighted, Ms. Anika, and then the importance of trauma-informed care processes in regards to that. And so what I think Ms. Dion is trying to highlight is not only from, the social aspect, psychological aspect, but she then also keenly pointed that it physiologically changes us as well. Now going into Ms. Anika's question, how can we take what was brought forward and then how can we try to help ourselves in a health-wide manner and participating with your primary care provider and your specialists. And it's very important, as I highlighted before, that you do have a primary care provider because not only are you needing to proactively go and seek services so that you're getting your routine labs, you're getting your routine screenings, but when you are having if you have someone that knows you, and just as I've never met Ms. Dion before, but she dropped gems in what she was saying, and I picked up on that. That's the same thing that a primary care provider would do for you too. And so you may just be thinking that you're just saying certain things and then they're going to pick up. And I heard her cleanly say, cortisol issues. So then that would guide me into, do I need to do a little bit more, examination in that? Is if she having issues with her hypertension, do I need to go a little bit more into that? But then Ms. Anika highlighted that we need to get to the root. Now, no, we're not going to get to the root of all of our issues when we're dealing with social determinants of health, trauma, especially trauma that has been in our systems for generations. We're not going to resolve that today, but what you can do is that you can proactively try to do some of these things that Ms. Dion and Ms. Anika had highlighted to mitigate some of that. Can you pray? Can you take a moment to do Pilates? Can you do a moment to do just some visual things that will de-escalate what you're feeling inside, and in addition to seeking out therapy, seeking out your primary care provider, so that we can make sure that if there's anything that we can catch early on, we can do that. And if we need to have someone that we can try to provide resources, we can do that. It's a collaboration. Don't think of healthcare as a privilege. This is your right. And you are your own advocate. Advocate for your care. And if I or another clinician is not listening, you push for us to listen. This is your body, right? And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And if you are not satisfied, you seek a second opinion.
That's right.
You touch bases with other specialty services, and they can also highlight some of those things too. So I'll end it on that, because I could also go down a rabbit's hole as well. But what I do want to say is, please advocate for your care. Please make sure that you make your care a priority. Be proactive and advocate are the things that I would highlight.
That's awesome. Yes, Kenny, you had something to add?
Yes.
Let's see if it works.
Are we working? Okay. All right. So because you asked for some resources too,
Yes,
and I just want to add that in addition to being the CEO of the Black Women's Wealth Alliance, I'm also the owner of Zara, located right here on Fremont and West Broadway at Holistic Wellness Center. Just so you know, we do integrated wellness through a model we call Root Healing, which is African American historical ancient practices. So we offer over 60 modalities, from massage to chiropractic services. We have the largest apothecary on the north side, ionic foot soaks, infrared light therapy. We have the only Himalayan salt room on the north side. All sorts of things we do in the building on Broadway with the women on the, that's the building I own. And I practice with 12 other Black women wellness services through a cultural lens. So it's called Zarah, Zarah. And if you look us up, just send us an email, because we're updating our website. But just send us an email. We'll get you connected to a practitioner. Every Wednesday, we run a free holistic wellness clinic for the community. We restarted in January, where you can come in and get over 30 modalities for free from our practitioners, who are all licensed and certified Black women who serve our community. So outside of that, they run their businesses, right? They have space there. So we do regular work. But I want to say that I'm mentioning that because I think we need to explore those options as part of how we think about our care, right?
Absolutely.
It's a both and plus model. And I will say that we opened the clinic last October, and within 60 days, we had almost 600 visits from our community. So we know that we care about that. The highest user, by the way, of the center is over 50. But just so you know, baby boomers dominate the center, which is fine, but it's for everybody. And I just want to make sure that we infuse that into the conversation, because Black people care about that, a naturopathic way of caring for ourselves through a cultural lens. And we don't offer therapeutic services per se, but we're, open to that. But our center is therapeutic. Do you understand? So for us, when you come in the door, you're going to experience the care that you're looking for before you even hit the table. That's the point of the center. And so just putting it out there, but we're not the only. There are several others around the Twin Cities, right? Like, our folks are doing this work in the community. And I just want to make sure that we're also being mindful and looking at holistic, what we call health and healing, as models or strategies for how we care for ourselves. And that means taking a walk, right? That mean, no, really, like just having those moments. So I just want to put it out there.
Yeah.
It's important. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing, Kenya. Also want to highlight the Quality Life Health Program, which I mentioned earlier, for you to start monitoring your own habits. I think it starts there, right? Like, just paying attention, holding yourself accountable. And what it does is it develops that muscle in yourself to just get in the habit of paying attention to yourself. We often look outward so much. We always are looking outside of ourselves. And a lot of times we do just need to sit and be still and breathe, go for a walk, right? And develop those different strategies. And I'm sure you work with your patients on that, like how to deal. What do you help your patients do to talk them off the ledge, right? Like how, when they're, because the mind spirals.
Yes.
And so how do you get them to stop the spiral?
Well, okay, I'm still on good. The light went off. Excuse me. It depends on which particular ledge they're on.
Okay.
Okay. So, because I've had a client come in, grief and loss, relationship grief and loss, and yes, people grieve their relationships. They grieve them while they're in them, and they grieve them when they leave them. And so, anyway, so she's in the process of all of that. Body, she was in the middle of her cycle, and so she was really in a lot
It's
of pain and
intense,
all of
yes.
that stuff, all that going on. And so, when she came into session, she's like, I can't even think right now to do anything. So in my office, I keep a water fountain. I'm putting up a fireplace viewing for them, and then I have my lights very dim,
Yes.
right, and have a blanket that's in there. And so I was like, okay, well, great. We don't have to talk today because we don't have words, so let's not talk. Grab the blanket, lay down, get comfortable on the couch. I'm just gonna put on some like sound bathing because I love sound bathing. It's a wonderful thing. Put on some sound bathing music, and when you just, I'm gonna do some breathing visualization guidance for you for the first maybe 2 minutes or whatever. So that's visualizations and guidance is when you close your eyes, and we'll start to talk to you about like either we want you to tighten up every muscle and hold it for so long, and now I want you to let all of your muscles relax or do that. Or we may start at the top of your head and start talking about tightening or imagining letting your tension come from the top of your head. Tension, headache, and migraines, bad neck. We're going to let that tension ease, drop. And even if you feel a place of tightness in the middle of this relaxation, do not focus on the tightness. Allow it to just go and be, and it will change as you let it go. Come from your shoulders and drop your shoulders away from your ears. Now as you drop your shoulders from your ears, feel your breath, your body on the couch. Let it flow down from your hips to your feet and out of the bottom. Take a breath. I'm talking to y'all. Take a breath. So as she sat there for the session, 45 minutes in, I started to let her take her time to rise and come back here. And I have a little singing bowl chime that I start to play, and I'm like, and when you hear the is, let me know by taking a deep breath. And gently when you are ready, don't let time or me rush you. Come back and let me know when you're here. So she got up from the couch, and she's like, now I'm watching her body the whole time. I watch as her teeth stop grinding and start to release. She starts coughing a little bit because maybe she finally getting some air down in this congested lungs that she ain't had for a while. And I asked her when she woke up, I said, how was it? She said, I felt like I was crying, but I had no tears. My face was wet, but I didn't know I never felt myself necessarily cry.
Wow.
And I said, you know what, you don't have to be crying because like in our bodies when it's trying to protect itself from things, sometimes we withhold and we retain fluid.
Yes.
We retain it to protect hurt, wounded muscles that's just been working too long. And sometimes if you just get too much, then you get edema. And then they have to, like if you was at the doctor's, then they got to take you and they got to wrap you real tight and hold you real supportive to squeeze all of that up out of you. And so maybe while you was relaxing, some stuff that was swole up in you just started weeping out of you. I didn't know that's what I was supposed to, I didn't know I could do this in therapy. Oh, baby, come back next week. If you want to, we can do it again.
So after this, you may want to line up to talk to Kenya and schedule a tour. Do you offer tours? And then with Miss Dion, listen, because we know that mental health is stigmatized in our communities. And part of that PTSD that we talked about, we do hold. Because we don't want nobody in our business, right? And really with healing is, it's not an art, but you have to allow yourself to be vulnerable to receive the support that you need. And whatever you are feeling, it's temporary. But what you just described is a process for releasing. And the young lady being able to just sit still in an environment that was conducive, that encouraged her
That
to
she
do
could
that.
be held and
Yes.
safe.
Yes, and seen
Yes.
and heard. And her whole body embraced that experience. And we're not taught about our bodies, right? We just kind of fumble through and figure things out. But our body is absorbing just as much as our mind and our ears and our eyes are taking in. And so we have to allow, you know, you mentioned the physiological, that's mind and body, right?
I was actually going to say she was in shock.
Right.
She was in shock.
Wow. Like technically that's what that was.
Technically, she
Yes.
was in shock.
Yeah.
And so she brought her out of a shock state.
And I'd be willing to bet many in our community are in that unknowingly. We see it sometimes in how people react to each other, their responses. That's why the meme says, you know, be kind. You don't know what somebody's going through, especially today. Emotions are heightened. Our mind is trying to process a lot of things that do not make sense, right? So we have to be in tune with ourselves. And, you know, the process you described is really how we are able to listen to ourselves and notice the tings in our bodies when something goes bing, you know, or some form of discomfort. That's our body signaling to us that we need some kind of support or healing. And then there are experts in our community, because I know we don't trust the medical community, right? There's a lot of historic trauma there. And so having these integrative practices, culturally competent folks who also understand our journey.
Yes.
So you said earlier, listen, once upon a time, long, long time ago, I had went to try and get counseling. I was 19. And the woman that I met with, she seemed more like enamored by my life. more than, I mean, I had done a lot for 19. I know. And I'm sitting there, I'm just talking and talking. I'm like, she don't know nothing about this, right? Yeah. So I never went back. Mm-hmm. I have looked for, you know, but I haven't been successful because I have a unique set of things. Okay. I mean, I'm a global person. I'm a businesswoman, you know, so I don't know if any of the businesswomen on here can relate to that. If there is a unique set of challenges separate from maybe what our friends. Right. Kenya, that's another session. Okay. So let's keep it moving, y'all. 74% of Americans cite money as a significant cause of stress in their lives. So Kenya and Deborah, and I'm going to start with Deborah. What advice do you have for women struggling to manage finances, recent job loss, and what are ways that they can leverage existing assets? How do we use what we got to get what we want?
That's a tough question, especially today. At the Association for Black Economic Power, we put on monthly programs that help people, that are designed to help people move from just barely making it to thriving. But the common thread that goes through everything, and you have the power within you to focus on this with every transaction you make. Is it something you want, or is it something you need? You have to control that transaction and understand, is it something I want or is it something I need? That is absolutely critical to your financial health. America is a capitalist society. It is specifically designed to separate you, me, everyone from our money. Now, you have a role in how that happens. You get to determine. And so if at the end of every month you can't make ends meet, you gotta take a look at what decisions did you make that made that happen. You have a role in this too. You're not always the victim. We're not always the victim. We have a role in what happened through that month. Did I spend it all on my hair? Did I get my nails done when the lights were going off? We have to look at what we're doing and make those tough decisions based on the main goal. And only you know what that is. Only I know what my main goal is financially. And so in our program, we help walk people through those. And there's something else I would feel remiss if I sat here and didn't share this with you about my organization. You created us. The community created the Association for Black Economic Power. And why did you do that? You did it because you wanted a Black-led financial institution. Banks are our friends. Some of them. Banks can be our friends, but you asked for a financial institution specifically designed to address your needs. Arise Community Credit Union exists for that purpose. Okay, so it's there. We're in this position right now where if we don't support each other, there's no Calvary coming. Forget about it. There's no Calvary coming. Arise Community Credit Union was created by you. The community should support it so that we can support you. Okay? So when you're thinking about your financial goals, where you put your money at, what do you plan to do? Think about the institution that's going to be behind you when you get ready to do it.
Okay, that was a mic drop moment. Thank you. Kenya. Kenya.
Sorry.
I think that's very powerful to have Black-led institutions, and I know we'll be talking more about that. But we have to have faith and trust too, right? And we have to put our money where our mouth is. Keith Ellison, our Attorney General, he said almost that verbatim, the Calvary's not coming. Because I had a conversation with him shortly after the elections. And I was like, what is happening? What can we do? He's like, ain't nobody coming to save y'all. And it's very chilling, and this echoes what we talked about. See, that's the gift and the curse of America, right? We have all these systems and infrastructure, and we've almost lost touch with some of the ways of how to really not only take care of ourselves, but to hold ourselves accountable. And we're in that space. Go ahead.
Does anybody ever think about before we had all the resources that we have right now, there were Black people doing it.
That's right.
There were Black people taking care
yes,
of business.
yes.
And they had so much less than we have now. Yes. Now, what did they do? The Trumps back then were doing the exact same thing they're doing now. And yet, we persevered. That's right. And yet, we move forward. That's now, right. How do we find whatever that was and put it back in us today? You know, and I'm going to tell you, I will beat each and every one of you to the door with my pity parties. I have them. But I get up and I move forward. I put one foot in front of the other. I think of what can I do next to make an impact? Yes. How can I help somebody else? And you know what? When I can't make my ends meet, it makes me feel good thinking about what can I do for somebody else? Yeah. And so don't just think about yourself. Think about what can you do for somebody else? Stop me.
Kenya. Kenya, thank you. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and so before I move on, if I could just say just quickly, because I want to hone in on the point that caring for ourselves is so important as part of it. I'm a wealth builder, so that's intact, but caring for yourself is something different, right? And we just completed a session with North Point Health and Wellness. About 60 of their team members are women through a program called the Women's Healthy Heart, something like that, initiative the Hennepin County has going on. And there was a woman there. So my team will go out. We do sessions, massages, all sorts of things we'll do. So one young lady was there. She holds a lot of weight in what she does. She runs an entire dental clinic in one of our local community. And, she's serving all these people, but she has severe brain injury. Earlier this year, it had surgery last year, and then corrective surgery this year. So she's been running around since March with pain on the side of her head and her face, and you can see it indented. And she couldn't properly breathe through her nostrils. It took us about 15 minutes to reconstruct, the passage, her nasal passage, just from moving a couple things. And for the first time, she was able to breathe through her nasal passage. But she had been walking around with that suffering and pain. You get what I'm saying? Going to the doctors, trying to get. But the solution was our massage therapist who understood the human anatomy and knew how to just reconstruct a few things. And in 15 minutes, she was breathing, which she couldn't do since March. So I just want to underscore the importance of checking out the integrated. I'm not plugging us. I'm plugging anybody who does that work because it's so important. Because that, again, 15 minutes, okay? So it's important. It's important. That investment is important. So it's important. If you can't pay for it, ask for it. We do sliding scales, but if you can't make that investment, you're worth it. So to the question, and I don't know if you want to. Okay, all right. So I'm sorry. Can you one more time the question? Because I got it. Oh.
What can we do to leverage existing assets? What do you just recommend to the money that we have? How do we leverage that? I'm gonna let Kenneth get there.
Yeah.
And then Deborah, you can
So the first thing is I want to say that over 300,000 Black women left the workforce this year, right? They were fired, let go. Left in the sense they're not there, right? We're not there. And that's only as of June. We don't know what the number is now. And even more left the business procurement process with the federal government. Most of those women were federal workers. And we understand that with the DEI, elimination, et cetera, that also impacted a lot of business owners who depended on those federal contracts, et cetera, which was the largest way that we were able to get into the game. And so that impacted men too, for sure, but talking about women. And so in my world, a nation rises no higher than its woman. And the conditions of women, particularly Black women, but this is true for all women, will always dictate the conditions of your nation, our nation. So if Black women aren't well, that means the Black community's not well. And so when we think about these 300,000 plus Black women and the loss of income, right, and stability, then we know the trickle-down effect is that our community loses that stability, right? And so for me, I think there's a few things, and I know we'll get into it more, so I won't go over all of it, that we need to do. And I had to take notes, make sure that I wrote my notes down, so pardon me. One is to be mindful that even with this reset that we're in, I guess this reconstruction, what I would call I feel like it's a reconstruction period that we're in that is not being led by us, but it's been led by white supremacy, is realize that, we didn't get let go or fired because of lack of skills, right? That wasn't the issue. It didn't happen that way. It happened because the systems are unstable and anti-Blackness is real. So the first thing I want to say is our struggle is not our personal failure, right? It's a systematic storm. And we are not alone in that. And so I want to encourage three things during this time. And I know you talked about the assets, but I think one of the most important things is just relief from unrealistic expectations. As I talked about in the opening, because we have this when we need to do this. And so resetting the table is important right now as part of our resource preservation. We need to do an analysis of what resources we currently have and think about how we're going to preserve that over time, because this is a long game, right? Our ancestors have been met with these times. We haven't until now, I think. It's a different world. And so we'll find out what we're made of. But one of the things that they did do was, do that analysis of their resources and preserve, right, through the long game. And so that's one thing that I want to say is important. Also, during this time, we're in a holiday season as well. This is the time where we normally experience the highest percentage of suicides and depression. And so we have to be mindful of that as well. And I highly recommend, again, this resetting the expectations and do not just what's in our means, because we have a means to do a lot, perhaps, right? Because a lot of folks have some level of resources like severance packages. Some of us got savings. Some of us, we're not all at net zero, right? But we also don't want to get there in like 2 seconds. So evaluating that and thinking about, like, what can I do? Is it one gift? Is it, how do you manage that? Well, it's going to be so important, right? The other thing is finding a small circle of truth tellers. I think that is so important. We have to be able to express. I'm her in my family. I don't know how many of you are her. I'm the one who's, I pay for everything, right? Every birthday, I got so many text messages and Cash App requests. I have 20-some nieces and nephews, so I'm the auntie without children, so I'm everybody's favorite. I'm her, right? And my family, and that comes with a lot. And that's my job. I'm okay with that, but I also have to manage what that looks like. I'm honored to be able to show up for my family in the ways that I do, but I also recognize that I can't do everything, and I don't want to either. Yes. And so I think it is important that we do that. The last thing I'll say before we get into the asset piece of it is the truth-telling circle, is about, I need outlets too. That was my point. And I rarely have them because people expect certain things of you. And the moment you share your vulnerability, right, it reduces who you are in people's eyes at times, right? Sometimes people are just looking for a moment to be like, I knew you ain't have it together.
Yes.
Whatever that looks like,
yes.
Right? I mean, these are real things. Wow. And so this is why that small circle of trusted people who you can be honest with about what you're dealing with, how you're feeling, what you're going through is so important.
Yes.
It's not only just about that. That's also a part of the wealth thing too, right? Because again, your health is tied to your wealth. And if you can't release yourself in that vulnerable way, if you can't let that pressure go, if you can't even just, because sometimes we just need to get stuff out. We may not even, it may not even be the truth fully. It's just what you feeling at that time, and you need to get it out to be able to look at it. Then you'll go back and be like, okay, so here's what it really is. But you need to get it out, and you have to have a safe place to do that. I just want to say that as part of how we reduce the stress and pressure, which is tied to, because you are your greatest asset. And if we're not taking care of that part of ourselves, then we are, the last thing, because that was really just only the point about money and stress. I know that was part of the question. And is a survival or life plan that honors your humanity. And the point under that is a realistic financial picture for yourself, right? Having that, a list of people you can call. I'm just summarizing again. Community resources, right? It's okay to need help, want help, right? That investment in ourselves is important. And lastly, the mental health check-in, like Ms. Dion and folks spent a lot of time talking about, and a commitment to rest and nourishment.
Yes.
That is so, I drink collagen now as a 49-year-old. Every day I take collagen. So I'll just wrap up and say that the resource, if I leave you with nothing else around stress and money, and we'll get to assets because I'll talk about that in a few minutes here, but it is about again, evaluating what you have, where you at, what the road looks like ahead of you, and how you're going to manage those resources that you currently have, right? And the ones you need to build along the way, but how most important you're going to take care of yourself as your biggest asset. It's you.
Thank you. Deborah, you give her a round of applause. That was awesome. So we're short on time, so just briefly touch on some of the financial management pieces. Like, how do you manage what you already have?
You know what, I'm not going to take much time because I've already said it. To me, it boils down to you focusing, identifying your priorities. No one else can do that better than you. And if your money isn't going toward those priorities, have you ever felt like you were on a treadmill and you weren't getting anywhere? That's exactly what will happen. And so you have to put yourself first when it comes to where your money goes.
Thank you. So listen, Kenya, when you and I talked, we talked about the importance of fortifying our networks. And Dr. Roby and I talked about, like, this is a time period where we have to come closer together, right? We have to work together, put aside some of the petty differences and things like that. Can you speak to that? Why is that important now more so than ever?
Yeah, I think that, you know, we're at a time where, look, we already see what's happening at the federal level. We understand even just the attacks on our local communities, and wherever we feel about that, wherever we land individually, the reality is that we know what that feels like, to be singled out, to be locked out, to be zoned in on. And we also have to be mindful of what that means if they're able to get the people out of the way they want to get out the way. What does that mean for the rest of us? Right? And so, but in these times, we're also, when we think about resources, we have to think about it in the context of, you know, what we all have. I don't have enough alone. Together, I bet in this room, we probably gonna come up with over $5 million or plus worth of assets and resources, but skill and knowledge, priceless. In this room, we probably have enough to take care of half of our state, or probably most of our community. So I really just want to say that, as we all have been told, and we know that our network is our net worth. And it is important at this time to make sure that we are aligning ourselves with like-minded people, because it only amplifies what we currently have. Everything is energy and vibration. We understand that. And so we want to be on the same vibration as each other around the future of our community, which is about how we collaborate and work together. I'm in a time where I'm looking at, as an entrepreneur, I've worked in community for over 25 years doing a lot of different things. And over the past 11, I decided to focus solely on entrepreneurship for a lot of different reasons. One was about innovating a space that didn't exist in the way that it does now. And but the other thing was about ushering in and just embracing my mission and purpose as what I'm here to do, what God brought me here to do. And in that work, I realized that it's shared. It is shared. It's shared. I'm one of many. And so when I think about entrepreneurs, I think about a lot of individuals that want to stand on their own and be the queen and the boss and blah, 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 blah. The ego of black women is crazy to me. It's ridiculous. In some ways, I have to be honest. We all want to stand on and be boss queens on our own, or whatever that means. But the thing about it is, right, it's about the hive nation. It's the hive nation. There are a lot of worker bees that make up the queen bee. And the queen bee is chosen by the hive and works on behalf of the hive to get the bigger work done. And so in my world, it is also about that. No one is above the other. We have to understand that we're all tied to each other. So if I'm coming in a room looking at you sideways, right, because you're not speaking or looking a certain way, right, I'm undermining what's important to our entire collective.
Come on.
Right? If I'm trying to be thou instead of one of, right? And so, you know, we used to do this thing called the queen bee theory, right?
Every woman is the queen of her own world. And it doesn't matter what I think about your household. The reality is I don't run your house. You run your house. Every one of us run our own household. It doesn't matter what anybody else externally thinks of us. No one's coming in to run your house. Is that right? So that makes you the queen of your own world. And that's important. It's important. And it's important that we value and respect that amongst each other. And if we can't, then we undermine the collective interests, the collective wellness, the collective future. Because again, a nation rises no higher than its woman. And the conditions of black women will always dictate the conditions of the black nation. So if we sideways with each other, our nation gonna be sideways. Right? Right?
Right.
So if I think that I'm better than her because I got a title she don't, or I got some money she don't, or I know how to speak in a way she don't, or I own something she don't, or I'm older than her, or younger than her, or slimmer than her, or bottle shaped. I mean, I'm trying to maintain a little bit, but you understand. Smile. Hello, how you doing? Speak. Support.
Support. Yes, support. Support.
How can I support? Show up. That matters. Because if you're well, I'm well. If I walk down the street or by somebody and I see them sad and I don't say hi, be remiss. Like, that undermines my interests. I am the CEO of the Black Women's Wealth Alliance. Do you think that means I do all the work for black women? Be a damn fool if I thought that was true. Anybody who does work to advance black women economically supports the mission that I have. It's not about what I can do. It's about what we can do. Because none of us can do everything, but all of us can do something. And so if we remember that we actually are benefiting from a legacy that was built, invested in, well, ain't nothing we talking about right now new or innovative. Our community has done this 50 times over. We're trying to remember what they've done as we still benefiting from their legacy. The question is, how do we add to it? Because we're here to build on the legacy for those who are coming after us. So I just want us to remember that even the inspiration and the power that we feel, the wonderful things that we do, the beautiful people we are, and not because of anything special about us individually. It's about a genetic, generational energy and privilege and benefit that we have that allows us to be in this space today. How do we carry it forward? So how our network is important is because we're tied to each other. As Dr. Claude Anderson would say, race is a sport, baby. We in this together.
Come on.
And we got to play the game and understand that all of our wellness is tied to each other. Now, we understand it's a choice, and I'll wrap up about where some of us are. We can't bring nobody along who ain't willing to go.
Yes, yes.
Our job is not to guarantee success. We provide access to opportunity. All right? People choose. But we've got to be willing to be that resource when and how needed. That's how we got through. That's how I didn't know my grandmama. My great-grandmother raised 5 generations of us. We was working at her candy store, working in her garden, had paper routes. We had to go to vacation Bible school every Sunday. Wasn't an option. She taught and built with us while she was still running the orange cord next door to the neighbor's house, getting the lights, getting lights from them, and cooking on a hot plate for us. I love her potatoes to this day. So the point is, I know I made a lot of statements, but we're all together. And while we're going to always be on different economic and social levels of this, it's about the bridge in between through all of it, because we think about where we start as a baby from here, and then we go there. We have to be resourced and have a network and social structure throughout so that we can all come along the continuum, right? It's all of us plus what we don't know and who we don't have. We're going to keep building. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Please give our panelists a warm round of applause. Dr. Miriam Roby, Dion Trice, Deborah Hurston, and Kenya McKnight Ahad. Thank you, ladies. You may join the audience. We're going to take a few minutes for you to breathe, stretch out, go network a little bit with some of our vendors. Please be back in 2 minutes. And then we'll be back live with our keynote speaker, Mr. Sean D. Rochester. By the way, if you were one of the first 50 to register, make sure you check in at the desk to get your copy. And then after Mr. Rochester's presentation, he'll be signing autographs. All right? Thank you. We'll be right back.
little water bottles?
I'm about to do that now.
Oh, okay.
Huh? A little bit. Who? Oh, talk to them. They should have, but yeah, grab their. I mean, we're gonna have that stuff after. Okay. Yeah, but talk to her, and yeah, they're here for a while, so, yep. Okay, she's dope, right?
She said, when you said your name first, she said, is that?
Hilarious.
I said, yes, Mom. She said, oh,
Oh my God. All right, we're going to invite everyone back to their seats. Please join us for our keynote speaker. We'll be getting started here momentarily. I'm loving seeing the engagement, the conversations, and please keep that going. But for now, we're going to direct our attention and we're going to get started with our keynote speaker. Grab some water, some muffins. How are you all feeling? How about that first panel? Did you get fed? Lots of nuggets. It was hard to bring it back, but we had to bring it back. We're super excited to keep this show on the road. I'm glad that you all are enjoying it. That is our intention. It's by design. But I am ecstatic to invite our next guest, our keynote for the 2025 Wealth and Wellness Summit, Mr. Sean D. Rochester. He is the managing director of Trident Capital Fund, executing $1.5 billion in mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, and licensing agreements, deploying over $150 million of capital into Black and minority communities. He is the strategic advisor to Cisco Corporation's $50 million African American Partner Community Initiative, a board member of the Fed Propel Institute, whose mission is to assist 5,000 minority and veteran businesses secure over $7 billion of federal contracts by 2030. A senior advisor of Fund Black Funders, Rochester is also the former president, CEO, and chairman of Minority Equality Opportunities Acquisitions Incorporated, the first majority Black special purpose acquisition company to trade on the NASDAQ. He holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, with a concentration in accounting and finance, and a Bachelor of Science degree in chemical engineering from the University of Rochester. He is also the author of the critically acclaimed book, The Black Tax: The Cost of Being Black in America, a data-driven, evidence-based account of the massive systemic financial cost Black Americans have endured since the early 1600s. Other titles he's authored include CPR for the Soul, How to Give Yourself 20% Raise, Eliminate Your Debt, and Leave an Inheritance for Your Children's Children. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please offer a warm welcome to Mr. Sean D. Rochester. Testing.
You hear me now? Am I live? Am I hot? Okay. Sean, how are you? Oh, you don't have your mic? Oh.
Let me grab the other.
Nope, I got one.
I'm wonderful. Thank you for that amazing introduction. Thank you guys for being here today. And I'm honored and excited about our conversation.
Thank you. So listen, Sean, you and I have been talking extensively for several months now. And we always say it's going to be a quick conversation, and it ends up being a long hour or two. And things are heavy. Similar to my conversation with Dr. Roby earlier, we were talking about the state of healthcare in this country and coming changes, right? So now we're going to talk about the money, right? But listen, give us the current state of play. How did we get here, and where are we now? But walk us through that journey of where we're at today, socioeconomically, and then where finances are concerned.
So that's a really big question. I'm going to try to do as much justice as I can in a short period of time. I think one of the things we should do is just talk about the wealth gap, right? Very often people spend a lot of time discussing it, but they don't really quantify it, right? And you can always tell when people don't fully understand things when they talk about their strategies to solve the wealth gap. So the wealth gap is about $20 trillion, right? How do you arrive at that? The average wealth of a white family in America, if you take it across all their families, is about 1.2 million. If you take the average wealth of black families across all families and all of the wealth, it's less than 200,000, right? If you take the difference between those two, it's 1.4 million and less than 200,000. It's 1.2 million is the gap. If you spread that across 17 million black families, that's $20.5 trillion. So it's an enormous gap, right? And these gaps are what's driving about 90+% of the problems that we're seeing, which is that we're missing over 6 million jobs across the broader black community. We're missing more than 1.4 million businesses of the size and scale to have employees, right? And this is really important because only about 4% of black businesses are large enough to have employees. And that 4% drives about 70% of the revenue. So this is really important, right? And we're missing about 1.4 million of those. So those gaps is what's driving these socioeconomic issues, right? And then the issue becomes kind of how did that gap get to be there in the first place?
That part.
Right. And so one of the books that I wrote is called The Black Tax, right? The Cost of Being Black in America. And the issue is like, what is the black tax, right? And the black tax is the cost of discrimination, of anti-black discrimination, that's driven by individuals and institutions and corporations that's coming from anti-black bias. There is how people feel about us. There is whether they're conscious or unconscious of it, but then there is what is the economic impact of those things as they play out in the marketplace. And those things have a cost.
Yes.
Right? So my view was to spend less time focused on the qualitative nature of it, really focusing on the emotional aspect of it, the justice aspect of it. It was what is the economic impact, right, of anti-black discrimination. So, in the book, I go back from the time of slavery, and I kind of quantify the impact of slavery. I'll talk about how I did that. And then quantified other discriminatory institutions that were in place, right, like Jim Crow and the New Deal and GI Bill and so on and so forth. And then I look at the cost of discrimination that's still happening today, right, in areas and spaces that are really important to us. So it's the housing market, it's the finance and insurance market, it's automotive, it's business and capital formation, and it's also in the labor market, right? So these gaps are really large. So just to give you an idea without going through like the whole treatise on the whole thing, one of the questions you can ask is, there's many things from the time of slavery that we could obviously never quantify, right? Like you can't quantify what it is to be a man and never be able to protect your family in any way, shape, or form, right? You can't quantify what it is to be a woman and to have no control over your body for the entirety of your life, right? And that to extend to your daughters and relatives and things like that. But you can think about quantifying the economic cost of the labor extracted from millions of people over a quarter of a millennia, right? And it turns out that these things are quite large. And economists place, some say it's up to 24 trillion, some say it's up to 97, trillion dollars. If you take an average of those, you're kind of up to 50 trillion. It's a gargantuan number, right? And you might say, okay, well, that was a long time ago. We'll come back to that one, right? But you could also say, listen, my view is if it's not a big deal, which is what people say, that implies that the numbers are small, right? So you can look at the labor extracted from people, and then you can also look at what was the value of the people themselves. So if you think about this, right, people held in bondage were the most liquid capital available, right? They were traded in open markets. There was prices for these folks, right? Male, female, if you're able-bodied, lame, right? So if you look at what was the value of those people, if you go back to about 1860-ish, the estimates are, if you look at it from a wealth perspective, it's about between 16 and 20% of US wealth at the time. If you look at it from an income perspective, or like GDP, it's about 1 to 2 years of GDP. So if you put that in today's terms, right, national wealth is what, $164 trillion? It's quite large. 18% of that, between 16 and 20, will put you around $30 trillion. Large numbers in today's equivalent, right? GDP is about $29 trillion, right? If you take 1 to 2 years of that, that's going to put you in $40 trillion plus, right? So if you take an average of those things, it puts you around 36. So these are large numbers. Yeah. And then you can keep following the breadcrumbs, right? You can go back into the 1830s, and Henry Clay is on the floor of the U.S. Senate, and he's arguing about what's the value of these people. And he puts it at $1.2 billion at that time. Now, if you bring that forward to today.
I'm sorry, 1.2 what?
Billion at that time.
At that time, in 1830?
Yeah, at that time. So if you look at the work of Thomas Piketty, he says, slave holdings and the returns you got from them was between 6 and 8% per year, right? So if you back out inflation and you bring that forward at maybe 5.5%, that's going to be $24 trillion in today's dollars. Now, you might say, who's this Henry Clay guy? We don't know this dude. I need greater credibility. Then we can go back even further, right, into like the 1810s, and we can look at what Thomas Jefferson, know that name? Yeah. Or James Madison is saying about the same thing. And they say, the value of people held in bondage at that time, 1810s, is roughly about 1 year of GDP, which would be 29 trillion in our today's dollars, or the sale of 1/3 of all public lands. So the point here is these are gargantuan numbers, right, in terms of the labor extracted from the people and the value of the people themselves. And the final thing I'll say real quick is if you ask, well, what's the net worth of black people today? It's roughly 2% of US wealth, somewhere on the order of like $3.2 trillion. That's 45 million black people today with a net worth of $3.2 trillion. But in 1860, 4 million was worth 36 trillion, 11 times more in terms of the country, right? So gargantuan, kind of enormous numbers. And then this continues to play out over the 150 years plus post-emancipation, and that feeds into the gaps that we're dealing with. And, and we look at a lot of data to see where these things are showing up and then to go about quantifying it, just to help people understand. Because at the end of the day, the general belief or the ethos is that we did this to ourselves, right? And so I think it's important to help people understand. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe.
Maybe off a little bit.
Yeah.
So talk about today. So thank you for setting the stage for how we got here. Today in 2025, we've been talking about it already this morning, over 300, probably now 600,000 black women have been fired or let go as a result of DEI. That's not even taking into account the number of black men as well. Several policies, and when we've been speaking,
you said that a lot of the things that are happening, even beyond those things, have a 40-year implication. Tell us about that. What does that mean? What does that look like? What's going on?
Yeah. So there's a lot. I'm always going to start with there's a lot to these kind of questions. So let's kind of talk about long-term implications. So I'll pick one thing, but there's many things that we need to talk about. I'm happy to come back to others. So I'm sure everyone is familiar with the change in law that got rid of affirmative action in universities, right? And it's happening in the top universities. This is where it's showing up the most. So you have to first have context around it. Like, people seem to think like black folks were doing really well previously, right? And we had great representation previously, right? And we're somehow living high on the hog, which was not the case, and we can talk about the detail of that. But what we have to know about these universities is that they graduate a disproportionately high number of people that occupy the top 1% jobs in the nation, right? They are fielding the judges, they are fielding the policymakers, they're fielding the politicians and the senators. They have a disproportionately high representation. These are a small number of schools. We got 3,000 universities, right? But there's a group of 50 that everybody seems to know, and that's where the impact is having. So if you guys are thinking now about someone for a leadership role in a company that you may work for or own or stuff yourself, the person you're choosing now has been developing and building their skill set over the last 15 to 20 years. They've been on a track to have the experiences and the credentials and so on and so forth. For some of these schools, the people who hired those places only really hired those places. The majority of the people that they take are from those places. So if you don't get a chance to go to school there and kind of show your mettle, you don't get positioned in the right firms, you don't get positioned for the right opportunities, so that 15 years later, you're qualified to be that federal judge or to be in a position to become a local, state, or federal representative, or work for these kind of big companies and these big corporations. What will invariably, so that's having a long-term effect, because eliminating those people now means you won't have the qualified people in 10, 15, 20 years, right? You're reducing the pipeline, and they are aware of that. So when 10, 15 years from now, they say, I have a change of heart, and I want to be magnanimous, and they look into the pipeline, there won't be enough qualified people in the pipeline, right? So they're almost handicapping themselves in the future by virtue of the things that they're doing right today. And then we haven't even gone into the long-term impact of those things. Now, you don't have to go to those schools to do well in life at all. But for some of those schools, it's very important for you to go there if you want to be in these ultra-high compensation, type fields that allow you to have a disproportionate impact on how capital is allocated, how policies are made, how laws are put in place, and the capital that you can accumulate yourself. So that's one thing of like an intertemporal impact. The other thing is, what people don't understand is, the black tax, which is, impact of anti-black bias. Bias is a systematic error in judgment. It means that you think someone is more likely to be something that they are no more likely to be than anything else. But your error in judgment isn't random. It just shows up when it's me or you or someone who has this kind of phenotype, right? And the issue for that is that it affects how we are perceived and evaluated. I'll give you like a concrete example. So there was like a study that was done. They wanted to get a sense of discrimination in the labor market when it came to lawyers, right? Big prestigious law firms. So they created a legal memo, and they inserted errors into the memo. So errors in spelling, grammar, errors in fact and analysis of the facts. Very interesting, right? And they said that, and they sent it off to law partners from these kind of big firms. And half the partners, they told them that it was a white associate that wrote it. The other half, they thought it was a black associate that wrote it, right? So the net grade, when they thought it was a white associate, was a 4 out of 5, right? It's 80%. Nothing to write home about, but it's like a B, B minus, or something like that. But this is a thing that's fraught with errors. That's a pretty good score, right? But when it came to the people who thought it was written by a black candidate, they graded it at like 3.2 out of 5, 64, failing grade in every single school district everywhere, right? Same exact material. When they thought it was a black person, they found 100% more errors in grammar and spelling, right? And analysis of the facts. So the same exact work product was evaluated totally different. And then they went on to further extrapolate about the type of lawyer they thought this person would be. So when it was, you know, a black person, they were concerned this might not be the right candidate, it might not make a partner, right? Now you can live well in life without being a partner, but the difference between partner and not partner could be $11, $12 million of earnings. This is real money. You know what I mean? Same exact work product. And then you have to think about the downstream effects. How does that affect that person's family, community, church, nonprofits, all of the people that they support that they're not able to do so because of just how you're perceived. And this shows up in the finance world, it shows up in medicine, it of course shows up in education, which we all are very much aware of. And for me, it's the financial cost of these things that you take in aggregate that are what's really problematic and what we really need to address.
Thank you. So we covered some of these things, you know, what the black tax is. You've given some examples of that. Do you want to expound on that more? Is there more you want to add? And then what is the cost of slavery in Jim Crow?
So for the impact of slavery, that's upwards of $50 trillion. For the impact with Jim Crow, let's kind of talk about that a little bit, right? So we got to talk about where's kind of Jim Crow start, where does it come from? And basically after the emancipation and Civil War, the large mega plantations, right, are broken into smaller lots. Newly freed people are encouraged to settle on those lots and to plant cash crops. And in exchange for cultivating those crops, they would share in a portion of, right? That's literally where the name comes from, like sharecropping, right? And it's an actual contract that you have to engage in, right? Now, something to know is, if we double back, slavery by definition is 100% tax on your labor. It means nothing you produce are yours, right? Not even you or yours. And Jim Crow is via sharecropping, is the reimposition of that 100% tax on the sharecropper's labor. Now, I know that sounds hyperbolic. We all know people were really poor, but 100% tax sounds crazy, right? But I'll let you decide. So this is kind of, you know, how you can think about it. So you settle and you're working on these cash crops, and what you have to remember is that the crop doesn't come tomorrow, it comes at the end of the year, at the end of the season. And these people don't have anything. In 1870, black people own about 0.17% of US wealth, effectively nothing, right? So they have to be given or lent, financed, everything. Food, clothes, shelter, tools, fertilizer, all of it, at interest rates north of 70% per year, right? So that planter controls your whole cost structure. Now, you go and you do all of this work, and at the end of the season, you bring the crops to market, but the planter is the market, and they decide what your crops are worth, which means they control your revenue. So if somebody controls your revenue and your cost structure, that means they control your profit by definition. So if you're lucky, your profit will net to zero. If you're unfortunate, they will make your expenses greater than your profit, and you will have negative profit, which they will roll into the following year, and that's not as perpetual debt servitude, right? Now, you could say, look, that's a bad deal. Why would anybody take that deal? And I agree with you, but here's the problem. They have vagrancy laws. Those laws say if you can't prove that you're gainfully employed, if you cannot prove that you're a landowner, they can arrest you and put you in a state or county jail. So you might take the deal, right? If you double back and you change your mind having taken the deal, now they have contract enforcement laws, because that's a legal contract that you took, you did not fulfill. They can put you in a state or county jail. Now, if you say, fine, put me in jail, they have something called convict leasing. which means they'll take you out of that jail and they'll put you to work back for the same, right, small farmer or white farmer or a large corporation that you never wanted to work for in the first place, right? And you have to understand that mortality rates are approaching 50%. You have a 1 in 2 chance of death, right, within that. And it's it sounds horrible, but it's incredibly lucrative for the state and for the county, right? So it's diabolical, and it's hermetically sealed, right? And you're under that, and all of those resources are being extracted. That's 100% tax, and if it's 100% tax on your labor, it's slavery by definition. And that's why they call it slavery by another name, right? And that lasted for like 75 years. Almost a third of the whole period of legal constitutional slavery. So if you extracted up to 50 trillion over that 250 years, and you're repeating the same thing. By the way, you go into 1935, you still got 4 million black people working in the fields during that time, right? They've extracted up to another 15 trillion over that period of time. The fact of the matter is they made the descendants of those people pay for the economic loss that they took because of emancipation, right?
Say that one more time. Yeah. Repeat that, please.
White landowners, backed by the government, effectively made the descendants of formerly enslaved people pay through sharecropping, right, for the economic losses that they took upon emancipation.
So the slave owners, the slave masters got reparations.
From the people directly,
Okay.
right? So, and this has happened in other parts of the empire. We could always come back to that. But it's important that people understand that these are being paid in one way or another, right? When you're incarcerated, you're paying reparations. It's called your debt to society. You're required to repair that in the way they see fit, which is being here and being exploited and not earning those resources during those things, because you got to make things right when you've made them wrong, right? So it's a very normal human thing. People just have a different view when it comes to like black people. All of a sudden things don't make sense, you know what I mean? It's like, and we have to help them understand like you can do it, you know? All of a sudden they can figure out how we can go to Mars and the moon and build mega projects, but then it's like, oh, I don't know how we're gonna solve these problems, right? And I'm like, no, we can solve it. You're smart enough. You're big boys and girls. We can handle it. But this is important for people to understand. So you've got 50 trillion plus another 15 trillion. And it's not like things stopped at that time, right? You've still got the separate but equals in place. You've still got the New Deal, which was wonderful for Americans, white Americans, but not for black Americans, right? For that to be passed, they had to make, what was the New Deal? It was bear with me, there was like 5 aspects of it. So the first thing was they were setting a minimum wage. They were setting the average time for the work week, 40 hours a week, right? They were providing subsidies to farmers. They were allowing labor organization to happen. And the other thing was they were putting Social Security or old age insurance in place. And to get that passed, they had to change 2 things. One is it needed to be administered by the state locally, right? Whenever you hear that, that means most effective way to discriminate, right? And the second thing is it had to not apply to black people who were domestic workers and who were laborers, which was 70% of the black workforce. And for the first 5 years of all that, none of that applied to black people. So you have these ongoing perpetual costs that have significant impacts. If you invested $100 10 years ago, it's not worth $100 today, right? It's worth much more. So the loss are compounded by time and the resources that we don't have to invest in ourselves and our human capital development, so on and so forth. So the costs are enormous and they're gargantuan. It's important that people understand this, right? So that they can have more empathy with the position that we're in, and so they can work with us to be able to resolve these issues, right? As opposed to, when we fix us, they're happy to work with us. And it's like, that's not the case.
Right. So, given the systemic barriers outlined in the Black Tax, what do you believe are the most important financial habits, mindsets, or collective actions individuals and families can do to take responsibility for today to begin shifting the long-term economic direction of our communities?
This is a really, really big question because the gaps are so large, right? So it is individual, it is from a family perspective, it is from an aggregate group or community perspective, but we also have to overlay federal, state, and local governmental action on a massive scale to be able to redress these issues, right? This is not I mean, even the Federal Reserve said these gaps are too big for individuals' actions to solve these gaps, right? So, but to get to your question, in the absence of immediate resolution, we do have to maximize the resources that we have, right? So, I mean, I wrote a book called The Black Tax, talks about all this stuff, so it helps get everybody on the same page. It's really difficult to talk to people. You know, when the uneducated talks with the ill-informed, you never have a productive kind of conversation, right? So if everybody's on the same page, you can have a much more productive, conversation. But I also wrote a book called CPR for the Soul, which is all about personal financial management, because if you don't have cash flow, if you don't have wealth, which is what you accumulate, right, from the cash flow, then we're not in position to buy the homes. We're not in position to invest in the, secondary, tertiary types of education for our children. We're not in position to have retirement and those things. So we have to be able to handle, manage, and grow our resources and be able to do it within the context of a society that is driven by debt in terms and also prioritizes looking good over having wealth. Like I always tell people, like SOUL, CPR for the Soul is the name of the book. SOUL is an acronym. It stands for stewardship, ultimately leads to ownership, which leads to legacy, right? So I talk about these things in terms of driving cash flow and wealth and prioritizing ownership, right? I often say people mix up, they conflate possession and ownership. Because you can see possession, but you can't see ownership, right? Because in this day and age, they let you possess the thing ahead of time, right?
Yes.
You might see me in a nice car, but you don't know if I own the nice car, right? And it takes, courage to be able to, I tell young people, because I empathize with them, their desire to look better than they are, because we reward it so heavily. You'll never get credit for driving the Honda Civic that you own over the Benz you can't afford. You know what I mean? Like you will always get, it will feel much better, the response that you will get, because they're either not assuming that you own it. So the idea is, it is not a personal choice. It's part of our responsibility to be good stewards of our resources, right? It's not an option. Particularly if you choose to be a Christian. It is absolutely not an option. It's a mandate and a requirement. So once you understand that, the question becomes, how do you go about doing that? Yeah. So it's tying it to something that's bigger than us, right? If you ever have the thought of the idea like a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children, that's a heavy statement, right? It's hard to have enough to take care of you. It's hard enough to have enough to take care of you and your family. It's hard enough to be able to do that for kids that haven't even come yet. And what are the steps that we can take? So the book is all about that. It deals with the car buying process. It deals with the home buying process. And it deals with increasing your credit rate and the steps that you can take. It's very actionable. It's very transformative, right? And it's based on the things that I didn't have any money, right? Like when people died in our family, you got a bill, not an inheritance. You know what I mean? So you got what you got, and you got to make the most out of it. So I wanted to lay out the architecture of how you can do that, right? So it puts yourself in that position. Now, if we tie that back to like the Black Tax, there's an economic principle that says that the ability for someone to discriminate against you is directly proportional to the capital difference between the two of you, which means the less money and resources you have, the greater the impact they can have on discriminating against you, right? So the more wealth and capital that you have, it's not that it's zero, but it mutes the effect, right? You guys remember Oprah was in Switzerland?
Yes.
She was looking at a bag. Somebody looked at her and just saw her as a black woman,
Yes.
right? And it was like, you can't afford that. And they made all these presumptions and weren't, very, kind to her. Oprah's got $3 billion, right? So their ability to discriminate against her, they did it. They did it, right? But the
yes.
impact was muted on her, and there was apologies issued, and all. If Oprah doesn't like what you're doing, like whole industries start to collapse and stuff like that, right? So you have to be able to have more wealth and resources around, so that we have greater control of what we think is necessary for our families. More economic mobility, more ability to, if unfortunately, if you want to pay for tutors because your child needs it, you need to have the economic resources to do that. And that's about consuming less now so we have more in the future to be able to allocate to that. That's something that's incredibly important, because unless we do that, then we can't help people from a position of strength, right? And it's really important that we be able to do that. The second thing is that needs to go from individual to a family perspective and dynamic. This is what we do, right? We find deals, the lowest cost. I never tell people to buy cheap things. I said buy dear things at low prices, right? Like, you have a whole mantra, and then take the difference and allocate it to savings. Take the difference and allocate it to debt elimination, right? And focus on that loop, because it's a very positive feedback cycle, right? You'll cut your debt, pay it off in half the time if you're doing these kind of things. And there's lots of ideas that work that can be executed. But then a central issue is we don't consolidate our resources. We don't invest with each other, right? We don't invest in each other, and we don't invest with each other. And capital is most powerful in its concentrated form.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Think about if you put like 1,000 marbles on a stretched out piece of rubber, and then you take all of them and you put them in one place. It has the biggest effect in that place. So we don't do enough to be able to invest in our resources. It seems like our goal, and I was mentioning this at dinner, is if we want to be a bunch of well-to-do individuals, right? That group is always going to lose, right? But if we consolidate our resources, then that becomes much more powerful, right? And if you do that consistently over time, it's really important. The other thing, and I'll kind of go back and forth between the books. So in CPR, I talk about you need to make sure that your ability to handle, manage, and grow resources is matched with the resources you have. So everybody asks for more, and they want more. And sometimes you get it. But what you see is when your resources scale faster than your ability to handle it, those resources leave your hands and they move to somebody else's hands, right? Because then you become a mark, and the system is designed for that level of extraction. So you have to grow your ability to handle and manage it. What happens when young people come into, God bless them, they're getting finally paid for the activities in college and whatnot. But if you're not ready to handle $15 million a year, right, what do you think is going to happen with that, right? And we see those things all the time. So we have to match the scaled resources with the scaled ability to handle those resources.
So elaborate on that, because throughout the day, we've been breaking it down, getting into a bit more of a granular level, because it's easy to say you have to match it. Mm-hmm. What does matching it look like? Like, what does that involve? What does a person have to do to have, or to level up to where they're trying to go with the resources that they have, if they need to then scale the knowledge as well?
Got it. So, one of the short ways I can say is a selfish plug, which is you should definitely buy CPR for the Soul and get it for your kids. Because they
you bring some? You brought more books, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
all right.
I listen to instruction, right? So I have some extras. Okay. So it's the idea of, okay, I'm going to try to make it impactful, but also net, so I don't have to go through the whole piece of it. The first thing is you're focusing on growing resources, right? And you're focusing on So one of the things I talk about in the book is wise counsel. We are as effective as the counsel that we have, around us. So do we have advisors around us that can help us think through the best ways to allocate these resources, right? So is that putting the money in a bank? Is that, what is the interest rate that's being driven by that? Is that buying a home? Is that investing in a business? Is that investing in a restaurant or something that's more risky? The first thing is having wise counsel right around you. The first thing is understanding that you're always trying to get the best deal at the lowest cost. And what does that look like? You're always trying to educate yourself on the things that are most critical. When it comes to like the basics of things, before we get into sophisticated investments, what does a credit score mean? Why does it exist? What are the subcomponents of it, right? Because they're thinking about things, are you paying on time, right? And is that like a critical thing? And just understanding those pieces, because it affects your borrowing rate, right? And the difference between 3% and 8% can be double the cost of the thing that you're talking about. And the higher those rates are, the less resources that you have in the future. It's actually the less ability you have to leave a legacy. So it forces you to ask questions, because is this expanding or reducing my ability to leave legacy? Is this expanding or reducing the amount of debt, right, that I have that I'm engaging in? Is this expanding or reducing the risk that's in my profile? So it's reading as much as possible about how to allocate resources. Now, if you come into a lot of money and you don't know a whole lot, the first thing to know is that you need to avoid risk. And lots of people are going to want to help you direct where your resources are going, and they may not have the expertise and the pattern to be able to help you to invest. Everybody wants to get a restaurant or a club or a particular financial strategy. These are things that you don't want to get involved in. You want to invest your money as conservatively as you can, right? You want to make sure that you eliminate as much debt as possible. You want to make sure that you're putting money away for your children and loved ones in your family, so they'll be in a strong position. You want to make sure you're putting some money away so you can be a blessing to those in your community, and just take care of like all those basics before you kind of move forward to be more sophisticated. And then as you start to get more sophisticated, you should do that through a network of advisors. And you should do that through a network of advisors, I think, who care very deeply about you and the interests that you have. And there should be alignment between the two. Now, from a black tax perspective, I think those advisors should be high concentrations as black people as you can possibly find. To the extent that they are thorough and on point people, they should absolutely be in there, right? Because if you're going to pay those fees, create those opportunities, we should be circulating those resources, amongst us.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So there is, the idea is to avoid risk, right, at all costs, and to have advisors around you and just to be conservative. Now, if you don't come into a lot of resources, then it's just a more slow, thoughtful way. When you start, a lot of people that I've met who retired early, which are a lot of women, by the way, right? So big shout out
You know what we're
to the
doing.
ladies. They got advice, typically from their dads or someone who was really important in their life, and they said, you should, if your company has a tax-deferred retirement plan, called 401ks or something of that nature, you should max that out immediately, right? And then you should save 20% of your money, right? And they started when they were 18, and then they did it till they were 52. And you'll have a significant amount of money because they're fitting their life into what's left, as opposed to trying to fit savings into what's left, right, from life. So if you do that over a long period of time, that will put you in a very strong, position, because there's lots of benefits associated with that. We can talk about what those tax benefits looks like and so on and so forth. So every opportunity to reduce your taxes, which even the regular people can do, you should be engaged in those things. We can kind of talk about what those are. You know, and so I'll kind of stop there. Yeah.
That sounds good. We talked about, you know, how in your household, right? The standard practice and how you brought your children along. Speak a little bit more to that if you don't mind, just briefly, but yeah.
Oh yeah, they were bombarded by this, as you would imagine. So one of the things is the Rochester way is we don't pay full price on anything. So we kind of, we go back and forth on who's got the best deal and what's the size of the discount associated with the deal. So it's always high quality at a low price. So we do everything with that, and it applies to everything. It's not just T-shirts. It's houses, it's cars. Like when we bought our car, that was the best deal you can get in a 75-mile radius. And it was bought from a Black dealer, by the way, right? So you can have a multiplier effect and do all this kind of stuff at the same time. So they have that ethos built in, right? My daughter's got hip to that, so she leads with the discount, right? Hey, Dad, what do you think about this discount, right? They know about, you know, we talk about savings, we talk about investments, right? We gave them like money to invest in stocks, right, at an early age. I had a conversation with my son, and I heard, I think it was the head of NVIDIA, and he was talking, he's a computer scientist, I believe, by training. He was talking about what he would do if he could do it again, what he would study. And I thought that was really interesting to see what these people have to say. And he was just saying he would be involved in kind of like biomedical, right? That's a space that's not efficient. We need it for the quality of our lives. There's a lot of opportunities for efficiency there, right? So I thought that was really great advice. I was like, you know, we need to be thinking about these things. And I was like, hey, you know this, I think his name is Jensen Huang. I was like, you know Jensen Huang from NVIDIA? He was like, yeah, I own that, right? Wow. And I thought that was a powerful, I mean, I should have known that because we were engaged in the portfolio, but to hear him say that, right? So it's a part of how they're thinking about it, which is there's a portion of your money that you have to allocate to savings, right? And we sent them, I'll actually tell you, we sent them to a financial immersion program in New York City called World of Money, which was powerful because it's Black instructors from like all the Wall Street firms, and it's like kids who come from all over, but it's like a high concentration of amazing like young kind of Black kids. And they talk about investing, they talk about philanthropy, they talk about a lot of stuff. And they came home and they didn't want to go because they were like, it's more school, it was during the summer, and I was like, trust me, it's gonna be really good. And they went and they came home, it's like, Mom, Dad, we're being robbed. I was like, what? What happened? What happened? Like, wait, what happened? He was like, you know what interest rate you get from just having your money in the bank versus an investment fund, right? And I was like, yeah, no, this is great. So you know, they got exposed to the idea of you should be saving, but there should be a return on that savings. And there's places where you can get a better return even from just having it right in the bank. And then seeing other kids like them talking about that stuff, you know, as well. It's creating, you know, opportunities for them to get exposed to it over time. They had to read the Black Tax, of course. They had to read CPR.
Required reading.
Exactly,
Yes.
you know, for the soul, so that it becomes over time part of how they think about things, right? And that's really important because that will translate into when they start to come into their own. Like our son he's very conservative in how he spends his money, you know. Our daughter's a little more robust, but she's happy to spend our money, but she doesn't like to spend her money, right, at all, which I'm fine with. Like, I get it. I'm not gonna knock the hustle, right? Keep that mindset going. So those are some of the things, and then it starts to, you have a positive feedback cycle when they're talking to their friends, yes. You know? There's a lot of negative feedback cycles, but there are also some really positive feedback cycles that we can institute right within our kids and our communities that I think is really important.
I like that. And so now let's take, because it's all about building the muscle of savings and investing and getting used to those things. If that hasn't been part of your lexicon, then it's a new language, so to speak. And so what is that, how does that translate? We talked about individuals, we talked about families. Now thinking in terms of the broader community, with all of the policy impacts we've talked about, what are some of the things that we can be doing as a collective community? And then what are some policies that we maybe should be exploring to roll some of these policies back or increase our, I guess the main thing is, how do we increase our power, our stability, our foundations, regardless of what's going on around us?
So there's kind of these financial empowerment actions that we're talking about, but I'll be honest with you. The things that we are seeing and experiencing today, folks have been working on for the better part of 60 years.
Yes.
They have a plan, they are consistent, they are patient, and they stick to it over a long period of times. Even though things that people say can't be done, we're seeing it's being done right now. And I know this is not the magic answer. People always want the three steps to financial, economic liberation that we can put in place next Tuesday. There's no such thing. We need to create our own version of Project 2025, right? And I don't mean this for like nefarious means. I think it's 961 pages. I mean, it's robust, right? And what you would do, so what I'm focused on, I think we all need to be focused on, is jobs, business, and capital, right? Job creation at a meaningful level, not these low-level, low-skilled kind of roles. We talk business formation and expansion, right? When it comes to small-size, medium-sized businesses, even large company acquisitions, right? Not everything is a startup. Some things we need to be able to buy and support people to do it. And making sure that the capital to do these things is available and affordable, right? So we need those things. Then we also need the education and the health care that supports these things, right? So you line these up as critical things. I call them PhD. When you read the book, it's purchase, hire, and deposit in ways that create jobs, create and expand business, and make capital available and affordable in our community. So you got to show me your PhD. You can't come and talk about, I know a lot of people that talk a good game about black empowerment, all that kind of stuff. They don't spend a nickel with black people, right? So you have to show me. So the idea is we want to engage in actions through ourselves, our families, our communities, the people who represent us, the corporations that we're part of, that have a stimulative effect of job creation, business formation, expansion, and as well as capital availability and affordability. So the idea is we want these outcomes.
Yes.
So now it's, when you look at the Department of Education, which you're trying to get rid of, how does that interface in terms from a policy standpoint of getting those outcomes? Because if I give you $1 billion now so you can go buy the company of your dreams, one of the things you're going to need are skills in your labor force. And are the institutions that is in our communities locally and nationally producing the skills that we need so we can even employ ourselves and people that we know? So you need to have policies that support that. We need to make sure that we're able to address discrimination when it comes up in the workforce. It's incredibly difficult to address and redress. Only about 37% of the cases that are brought to court have any favorable outcomes, right? But the level of discrimination is quite high, right? It's actually built into the culture, right, of the place. And if you have to do arbitration, that number falls, I think, to like 22%. So we need to have policies in place where people are more successful at bringing these areas of redress to companies. Because if the companies see that there's a cost, they're going to tell people to knock it off, whether they believe it or not, right? They don't want that to affect shareholder values. If we think that being able to engage in trade and commerce is important, which I think we should be doing business amongst ourselves here in the States. I think we should be doing business amongst ourselves and folks in the Caribbean. I think we should be doing business amongst ourselves and folks on the continent. I think we should be doing business amongst ourselves and folks in South America and Central America and in Europe and those kind of different places. How does the Import-Export Bank have policies that help to facilitate that? What are the tax incentives that are associated with that? right? How is the Commerce Department helping to provide financing that's supporting these things, right? And we kind of walk through each department. And then there are major things that we need to address that are structurally wrong, that are actually even bigger than just kind of black people. Like we passed these laws that says money is speech. That should not be the case. You should, they've done studies that say that there's a low correlation between what the average middle class person wants and government policy versus what the top 1% want and the government policy that's put in place. That's right. It's disproportionate. You shouldn't have a bigger say because you have more money, right? And that wasn't the case. I think it was that Citizens United, or it was one of these things where they passed a law to strike that down, where money could be speech. That's very problematic because you have a hyper focus and concentration on just kind of the 1%. That is not helpful for the vast majority. That's not helpful for anybody, actually, right? You know, we need to have a more active kind of Justice Department that's making sure we don't have these giant monopolies. How are small businesses going to survive and compete against these hyper mega titans that have unbelievable size, right? We need to make sure that when we're engaged in supplier development programs with the government, we're not stuck with these programs that limit our size, right? They lead to outcomes that companies don't want, which is you're small and you're many. And companies want small and scale. Yes. So they want large and scale so that you can deliver. They're diametrically opposed. Like, what are the policies that need to happen to bring these things into fruition? There's not like a quick and easy answer, and we need to have a consistent position of working on these things over time. I think we have a society that focuses on the individual. It's all about me, 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 and it really should be about we and us. No leader focuses on themselves. They focus on their people, right? So, and the idea is we're doing these things for our children and for our grandchildren, for other people in the community who will benefit from the shade of these trees, which is a beautiful saying, right? That we're working on and we're planting. Because if we want it just for us and we want it next Tuesday, we're not going to be steadfast, right? And we're not going to do it. But if we're doing it for our children and for their children and beyond, then we will be in this thing for the long term, right? So that's the short and long version. Our version of Project 2025, but not in a nefarious way, right? Like they're operating. And let me share something. I don't know if people know this. You know Project 2025 is not new. You know they do this, they've been doing this every year for 50 years. Wow. It is their policy position for every new administration. This is what we are looking for. You know what I mean? They lay it out. These are the things, these are the values that we have. These are the changes that we think you should make in these various age areas. Every year. They've been doing it since 1971 or 74 or something like that.
73.
73.
The Heritage Foundation, they formed in response to Roe v. Wade. And so they've been organizing. So Project 2025 came out of that organization since 1973, the year of my birth.
Right. And mine.
And then it's been policy that has been put into place in the last 5 years. And as a matter of fact, when Obama was elected, people had started mobilizing then for some of the policies that we're seeing now. So the problem, Sean, and we talked about it, we're always reacting.
Yeah, yep.
We're always reacting to these actions against us and our families and communities. So that leads me to what is next? How do we shift the paradigm? What's our call to action as a community, right? I hear we should come together. It's a little tough here in Minnesota, but what does coming together look like? And then what are some of the things that we can be doing? Because again, it's nice to say we should come together, but what are we coming together to do? And what is our end game? What's our outcome? Like, what do we want? And then we talked, right? Because and some of us have talked as well. we don't always get what we ask for. This is not
okay.
like the first time that, you know, policy agendas have been put together, right? There's been a United Black Legislative Agenda here in the Twin Cities. There's been several iterations of policies, people working together to try to put things together. So what do we do when they simply just ignore us?
So this is what I would say. We could back into it, right? I think we don't clearly lay out what our interests are. What I think is we get on board with other people and their interests, and we hope that they'll fit us into their stuff. That is a losing value proposition. They're not there to serve your interests. They're there to serve their interests, right? So what are our interests? That needs to be laid out in clear detail across areas that are really important and meaningful. Now, I will tell you what I think from a personal opinion. We get super hyped and amped right before every election, the Tuesday before. This is the election of our lifetime. That's going to have existential threat impacts, right? You have two
Have you
sets
been
of people.
following my writings?
You have two sets of people. The people who say, "Look, we got to vote. We got to vote. It doesn't matter. We got to vote." Lots of people, you know, sacrifice, lay down their life so we can vote. And a bunch of other people says, "To get what? I don't really feel like it." And then they kind of go back and forth, and it's like, you know, how dare you, and all this kind of stuff, right? So,
In a nutshell.
right. What I say is, we create our version of what our interests are, and because this process has already started, the day after the next election, you share what those are with the elected officials, right? These are the things that we want. These are the things that we're looking for. If you can support that, we're riding with you. Because people engage because their interests are aligned. They don't gotta love you. You don't gotta love them. As long as they respect you, that's fine. You know what I mean? Yeah. To the extent that our interests align, I got you. Which means we're gonna show up at the town halls. We're gonna raise some money. We're gonna do all kinds of things. When you get your knees kicked in, we're gonna be there to be with you. And if you're there for us, we'll be there with you. If you're not, we're not gonna be there for you. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you that I need you to look at and figure out how you're going to do these things. And if you do it, I'm going to be with you. And if you don't do it, then I'm not going to be with you, right? Now, there are people who will address your needs just because they want to win.
Yes.
Right? They will put it in place because they want to win again. They might not even actually believe in all the things that you believe in. But the issue is, do you want to win or do you want to be right? Right? So you lay that out. And that point, the people who say, I'm not voting, are justified. Because I told you for the last 2 years what it is I needed. I told you for the last 4 years what it is I needed. And you told me to go pound sand. So I'm going to go do that. And you let me know how this works out for you. Because everything here is on the margin. People are winning by 1,000 votes and by 2,000 votes and 1,500 votes. And if you got numbers with you, a lot will get done on the margin. When Obama was in position, I remember, I believe they raised like an extra $4 billion for education. And they said, if you guys come up with really, the school system, if you come up with really interesting programs that can help your kids and your students and your teachers, we'll allocate some of this $4 billion to you. We're spending like $1 trillion in education. That was highly motivating because on the margin, budgets are tight. These schools to use the extra 12 or 15 million or 30 million, and they came up with great programs that have huge effects off of small dollars. But small dollars on the margin have massive effects. And your vote on the margin has a massive effect. And it's not just saying I'll vote or not vote, it's laying out here are our interests and here are our priorities. We need these things from a healthcare perspective. We need these things from an educational perspective. We need these things from an employment perspective. We need these things from a skills development perspective. We need these things from a business financing perspective, right? And if you have these things, then we're gonna ride with you, right? And so you have to have that as a fundamental. If you don't, it's self-defeating. The second thing is you have to think about the secondary issues, which is what if you get what you're asking for? Are you ready for it? Because I've been in these meetings and I ask the question and they're not ready for it. Right? What if you get that survivor development program? Oh, We have a question. Right? What if you get the supplier development program? What if you get the governor or whoever to say, you know what, we're going to do $5 billion worth of supplier diversity spending with our wonderful businesses? Do you have businesses of the size, skills, capability, experience, bonds, insurance to handle any of this? Or did you create a $5 billion gateway for a bunch of other people who do? Right? So, like, this is what I'm talking about in terms of the structure and nature of the plan that needs to be put together, right? This needs to be an engineered outcome, not just a reaction to things that people are doing.
Please give him a round of applause. So clearly, we could do this all day. We do have a program. And Mr. Rochester and I are in talks about how to do this on a more frequent basis and how do we keep this conversation going, forming cohorts. Would you all be interested in participating in formulating? Show of hands. Show of hands. Okay. All right. Did you all sign in when you came in? Okay. So I'm going to be checking for y'all. I know most of you. So listen, thank you so much. We're going to open it up for a few questions. And then afterwards, food is here. Help yourselves. But we're going to keep rolling with our agenda. We have Mr. Hamish in the room as well. And I'm excited to hear from him. We have Ms. Kayla from the Minneapolis Department of Civil Rights speaking to some of the points that you talked about, right? So when we're talking about health and wellness, all of these things factor into it. None of this operates in silos. So the first hand, I see Deborah, and then I see Devon, Stephanie, and my brother, oh my God. LeBrant, thank you. All right, in that, so you know the order. I'm gonna hold y'all responsible for the order. All right, Deborah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
In your book, The Black Tax, you talked about black tax from the angle that most black people can identify with or identify with regularly. But there was a second version of the black tax that goes on between mostly black people.
Yep.
So I'd like you to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second question had nothing to do with the black tax, but rather Social Security and the privatizing of Social Security and what that means to black people who barely get to collect because of the age discrimination.
So there are two versions of the black tax. There's the external black tax, which is that which we feel from people and institutions who are non-black. And then there's an internal black tax, which is how we engage with each other. We are anti-black, right? Because of the society that we have grown up in. And the way that principally shows up is it reduces our likelihood of doing commercial business together, right? And generally, we kind of all know this, right? Like if you know, there's almost like a friction between black business owners and black consumers, right? You have, lawyers and service providers and other folks who feel like they're always having to deal with lower rates, right? And people have fixed costs, right? They have to be able to manage their business, have a profit margin, so on and so forth. But when we engage with each other, it's almost as if we should be doing stuff for each other for free, right? It's like a psychological view that somehow we are still servants, right, to other people, and you have to justify why you are charging stuff, and you justify why you're charging kind of market rates, right? And then you have, consumers who will often say, I don't feel like I'm getting like good enough service, or, other people get good service, but then it gets relaxed when it comes to me, and so on and so forth, or consumers who will far more readily engage with a non-black service provider than they will with a black, person. They won't put their money in black financial institutions, right? They're not going to engage in black service providers and other trades and professional kind of people, right? We always kind of white ice is colder type of thing. Those are how anti-black attitudes amongst and between ourselves show up in discriminatory ways that cause us a significant financial impact. The idea of reading the Black Tax, which I strongly suggest you guys read, is transformative, is powerful, it will change your life, and give it to as many people as possible. No, give it, buy it for as many people as possible, right? For as many people as possible so they have it. It shocks you into your system of saying, how can I help? Right? And part of that is this PhD economic framework, purchase, hire, and deposit in ways that create jobs, create and expand business, and make capital available in the future. You have to be intentional about it, right? Like I live in a community that's 1% black. Not even, I'm being generous. You know what I mean? But my doctor's black, right? My dentist is black, my dry cleaner's black. You know what I'm saying? When we bought our house, our realtor was black. Our broker was black. Like, we're intentional about finding great, competent folks and making sure that they participate in the economic transactions. You know what I mean? When I ran the SPAC on NASDAQ, you know, I put the trust, which is a lot of money, in one of the large firms, but I put our operating account in a black bank. That's the first time in history that was done. Just being intentional. You know what I mean? With our fund, we decided to hire Mitchell Titus to do our taxes, right? It's the largest black firm in the country. So you have to be intentional about it, because we're terrible at it, by the way. With all the rah-rah, 2% of our earnings go to black business. We are excellent at not doing business with each other. So people talk a good game, but they don't do it. And I mean more than T-shirts and all the kind of nonsense. Right. I mean the big spend, right? Cars that you buy, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I buy from a black dealer. There's 6 BMW dealers who are black, hopefully still left. There were in America, 6. Like, one of those is where we buy our cars, and it's in another state, right? And we're intentional about doing these things, and we have to do that as a group, right? And to me, it's always show me your PhD. You can talk a good game, but I need to see it in your payroll, right? And your supply chain, and the financial institutions you use. You got to show, if you're a business owner, if you're part of a church or organization, you got to show me a PhD. I know black churches that'll build a $50 million edifice. There won't be one black contractor in it. We're not going to do that, right? You got to show me your PhD. And that's not to call out churches, but this happens across the board, right? In our businesses and all that kind of stuff. So that's the first thing. Anti-blackness has a commercially distorting effect, right? Now, when it comes to your question about the privatization of Social Security, like, I can give you my thoughts. I haven't studied that deeply. It seems to me empirically that the way we organize ourselves in a country is to hyper-prioritize the 1% against everybody else, right? If we prioritize it with a focus on the people, that might be a different thing. But I just don't see that. So I think it's a bad idea, right? Maybe they can convince me that it's a good idea somehow. I think it's a great way for private companies to make a lot of money off of millions of people. When it comes to black people, I think it's particularly bad for us because they keep raising the retirement ages of it, but our life expectancy is lower, right? Black people lose $239 billion a year to premature deaths. That's $2.3 trillion over the next 10 years. So it's a hustle when you know that it took black people to 1990 to have the life expectancy of white people in 1950. So you're working, but then you won't be able to get the fruits of your labor, and we've had to do the most grinding, horrific work you can possibly imagine at the lowest compensation, for it, and then now all these pressures actually lower our life expectancy, right? So there's a concept called weathering, which is what the impact of all of this kind of anti-blackness and discrimination and racism, how it shows up. It ages you faster, right? And actually the person that it ages the most fast is actually black women, right? So the level of weathering, for black women who are like 45 is more like they're 60 in terms of the trauma kind of associated with this. So you're doing that, which is causing life expectancy to be lower, and then you're requiring a longer life expectancy till you get your payout. Like, is that unintentionally nefarious? Is that just happenstance? this just one time it happened to be. So I don't think it's a good idea. I understand there's financial pressures and concerns, and there's less people going into the system, but we need to find a better way to resolve it than what they're thinking about. That's just my opinion.
More discussion. We're going to take one.
Yep, I'll be concise. Thank you so much. I got notes, so I'm gonna try to, because there's so much, y'all. So the takeaway for me, like, these are age-old systems that are really designed to reinforce themselves.
100%.
And
100%.
That this pathology of lack and poverty, right, like that permeates so many of the things that you described. I just appreciated the high level of intentionality that you called out. Like, we really have to be very, very intentional. Yep, you probably gonna have to pay a little more. Yep, you might have to go out of your way, but we need to be intentional about that. And the quote that I'm coming away with is this, something I talk about often because I do a lot of policy work, is really being clear about this engineered outcome versus reacting.
Yep.
And so having written plans that outlive personalities or positions.
Yes.
And one thing that came to mind for me, I thought about the Black Panther Party's 10-point program.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't read it recently, I encourage you to read it again, because that's my blueprint. And I think that it was written in March of 1972. So before both of y'all were born.
Yep.
Before I was born, someone was already laying plans for us.
Yep.
And really being intentional about having a chalice or these institutions to hold the wealth. That really struck me, because we can get it, right? It's ours. I won't talk about reparations, I talk about reclamation. It's ours, but are we prepared, and what are we gonna do with it when we get it?
Yep.
Those are the plans I'm interested in working on. Thank you.
Yep. And there's one other thing I just want to say. We need to have like a bi-directional commitment to each other, right? Which is, we're going to go out of our way to engage with each other commercially, right? But we're going to deliver, like, you're going to invest in me, and I'm going to do right to make sure I don't screw you. You know what I mean? As a requirement, right? Like, we treat the relationship as if we were dealing with our mother or grandmother, somebody who we care about. Things can happen where it can go wrong, but sometimes we have nefarious characters who cause problems, and it's important that we understand because of the pernicious nature of this thing, when you are exceptional, do a great job as a Black person, the credit accrues to you as an individual. Margie is awesome. John is amazing. But when you screw up, it accrues to the group and your profession. Black lawyers can't be trusted. Black financial managers ain't sugar, honey, iced tea, right? So that it's unfair, but it's the reality of things. We need to engage with each other to do our best job to ensure a positive outcome, because there's ramifications for it. Like, when I'm doing this stuff, I know that if I act in a way that's untoward, there's 25 other business owners that will never get a chance, right? So this is a responsibility bigger than ourselves. We're gonna do right by each other. If I engage with you, you're gonna engage with me, and we're gonna make sure that we operate in that way. It's a bi-directional commitment. If we don't have that, then you don't have the trust. And people do business with people they like, know, and trust. And we don't have a whole lot of trust amongst each other, right? Like, I'm always like, yes, go ahead and read my bio. I think it's helpful because that matters a lot to people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because you walk in the room and they don't know who you are and they're qualifying you. But other people, you walk in the room and we assume the best of them. Like, we assume that they're awesome. So these are all things that are in place, and given that they're in place, we have to make sure that we engineer them when we deal with each other, because that breeds a positive feedback cycle, right? And then once we figure out how that works, we open source it to everybody else. This is how you can do it in your space. This is how you can do it in your area. How did you guys get this trust? What's your commitment? It becomes part of kind of who we are, right? So.
Thank you. Next question. I want to bring it back to what I knew when I grew up, which was we dealt with Black store owners in my community when I was a teenager. I'm 62. Today, I live in a little bit different area and I have the ability to go to the Targets, the Walmarts and so forth. But I want to shop in my community. How or what do we do in our community when we have store owners that are not our people, who price as they choose, and we are living with that type of discrimination directly in our community down the street? I don't see our progress when we boycott the Targets. And we need to boycott our communities who are not pricing us fairly. What do we do?
Wow.
So
Well, okay.
that's a powerful question. And I'm going to try to do it justice, but I don't think I'm going to do it full justice, right? And in one respect, I think that needs to be listed amongst the policies and interests that we want, that we're engaging with our politicians with, to be able to help us with that over the long term. The other thing I tell people is you need to engage with when possible, where possible, use high quality Black talent, right? Now, we're not going to create our own Target anytime. It's possible, and we can get some of these billionaires together and maybe buy an ownership share. But in the short term, you can choose when you're buying a house, are we using our realtors? When we're fixing the house, are we using our electricians? Right? When we're buying a car, do we engage with our Black dealers? You know, pre-COVID, it were 16,000 Black dealers, 269 were 16,000 automotive dealers, 269 were Black. We don't even engage. Like, if we engage proportionally, right, that would increase employment in a ridiculous way amongst that field. The OEMs, the original manufacturers, would invest more money in it, right? Those are things that we have control of. I think we buy like 4 or 5 million cars a year. I mean, we're big consumers, right, of automotive. We don't run any of that through our own businesses, right? Like, those are things that we can control. Like, what are the things that we can control now so we can build a core around that and then expand our influence into other areas? Like, we have to, like, hyper focus on those things as well, right? Like, if we get to a point where we can afford, you know, lawyers and attorneys and accountants and all this kind of stuff, do we engage us, right? Do we have influence in our organizations, our churches, our nonprofits, to be able to engage our businesses in those supply chains? I looked at one of the wealthiest Black communities, I think it's in Maryland. And then I looked at the county, how much business the county was doing with Black business. It's like 50% Black. You know what I mean? Like, this is like super Black, right? I think it should be Wakanda, you know? But less than 2% of the supply chain is with Black businesses in a predominantly Black community that's full of wealthy Black people. I mean, this is madness. You know what I mean? Like, those are things that we can control today. We don't have to petition people to do that. They're the majority of the voters and the executives and so on and so forth. We just have to attack those things first. And then there's others who will engage with us differently because they want our dollars. Some won't, but our duty is not to control everybody. It's just to focus on having the maximum impact where we can have it. So that's what I would say. When possible, where possible, let's maximize our ability to affect change in our communities. The doctors, the service providers, the firms that we can have impact, let's invest in those so that they can grow and multiply. And then let's make sure, like, the buck should never stop with the individual. Like, if I do business with a person because of this PhD mindset, or they need to be doing the same thing, right? Like, you need to be hiring accordingly, and where it makes sense, investing so it perpetuates. And now you start to have that cycle and that positive feedback, right? So on the one hand, we need to address it over the longer term, I think, from a policy perspective, because you have to be able to get more diverse or Black businesses into these areas. They need the capital. It's more expensive to be in our areas. The insurance costs are higher. There's a lot of costs, right, that are higher when you're Black. By the way, if you're a Black business with medium credit, poor credit, and excellent credit, you pay higher interest rates than your white peers at every level. Yes. At every level, like, our cost of capital is higher, which means we have less to hire people, to advertise, to do all the kind of stuff, right? So we have to focus where we have the most effect. drive our resources there, and then work with our politicians and the other folks that affect policy to be able to complement that, right, at the same time. And then just continue that over time. And all the learnings that we get, we invest those learnings and optimize the process as we go forward.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Rochester, and thank you, Anika, for bringing him in. This is, I think a lot of times when people bring someone like you in, we don't appreciate it and we don't acknowledge it. It's easy for us to do that. So I want to say thank you for taking your time. Your work actually inspired me to create an organization for Black entrepreneurs, doing networking throughout the Twin Cities, and a nonprofit for Black youth to do business. And one of the things I think, so two-part question, one of your book is, I've read it multiple times, and one of the things I've noticed is that, one, the PhD is really descriptive of what the compound of DEI going on right now. It's really hard for companies to tap into that PhD. So how do we circumvent some of the things, the purchase, hire, and deposit, that is intentionally, like they're being incentivized not to use Black stuff. Some of our telemarketing companies, some of our telecommunication companies are incentivized not to use us, nor can they get federal contracts if they do. So there's a whole, how do we circumvent that? The second thing is, you've talked a little bit about how we support each other less. Like, I deal with Black business probably more than most people do every day. And there is a psychosis that's happening. And I think we don't do, you've given, in your book is very detailed on what we can do. There's a psychology to what you do and how you think that I think a lot of us aren't doing. And I said, could you speak to the psychology of us, of how we can start teaching each other on a mental and emotional, spiritual level? Because when you say a Black church won't even use Black contract, that happens all the time. That's a dime a dozen. So the question is, psychologically, how do you think you got here, and what can you do to give advice to other Black people? Because I promise you, you're talking to Minneapolis, this place should be super packed because you're here, and they not. Because mentality, it's like they shopping. The reality is, how did you get where you are, and psychologically, how do you help our people? How do we help our people psychologically do that?
So thank you for reading the book. Thank you for sharing that you were inspired and for acting. You're going to have to remind me on all the questions, right, that were asked. I'm going to start with the kind of the last one first, because you have frequency bias, right? This is the one you remember most. To me, as I was growing up, it just became apparent that there seems to be like a totem pole, a hierarchy of people. And everywhere on earth, we are at the bottom of it. And that never made sense to me. And I just never accepted it. And what I've observed is the greatest catalyst for change is not accepting your current state. I just didn't, it didn't make sense to me. So I would always, I'm a seeker. I read a lot about information, because they're not giving it to you. All the information tells us that we are least and last, and it's our fault. It's super clear, and you have to combat that. So that's why I wrote like the Black Tax, to help people understand, both us and others, that we didn't do this to ourselves, right? And to lay it out in economic terms, so it's not about touchy-feely, it's about, oh my goodness. And to help them understand that if it were them, they wouldn't be able to MacGyver their way out of, I'm dating myself here. MacGyver is a guy who could escape with like a paper clip and some chewing gum out of anything, right? He was an amazing dude. Like, everybody thinks like if it was them, it would be different somehow, right? But when you're confronted with how the structure of this thing and how it was designed to be so efficient and diabolical, people start to understand, right? Because you can't work with people to solve a problem if they think you're the problem. I got my own problems. Why don't you? You know what I mean? You got here because of you. There are people who think like we were in the jungles. They came by in a couple ships. They picked us up. They brought us over here. They gave us a couple jobs. Yeah, the jobs were hard, but they gave us a couple jobs. They gave us some Jesus. You know what I'm saying? We worked for a bit of time. They freed us. It was wonderful. You know what I'm saying? We got this thing called affirmative action. We've been free riding for 60 years out of that, getting stuff we don't deserve. Like, there are people who think like that is the reality. So you need to combat that with information. So I did a lot of reading to be able to understand, and I have like a history understanding of Black history from antiquity up into the present. So I see things differently. I don't accept it, and I see things differently. So part of this is actually, our culture is the operating system, but our culture was formed from slavery and colonialism. It wasn't optimized for cooperation. It wasn't optimized for all the things. You actually would be killed to do things that were consistent with the American dream, or to have honor and integrity and all that kind of stuff. You would be executed, right, for that in a pretty horrific, way. So we have internalized a lot of this nonsense. I think a large part of the world is suffering from Stockholm syndrome. And it doesn't make any sense. So we need to expose ourselves to this information. So I did that through like the Black Tax. It's very powerful, very profound. It's hard to be the same after you read that. I did that with the CPR, so because I need people to have money and resources, and we got to help each other from a position of stability. And most Black people in America are Christian. We're actually the most Christian of all people. So I tied it to Scripture, so we can tie it to something bigger than we believe in. I'm not trying to convert anybody to anything. You said this is what you are. I'm tying it to what you say you believe, right? You know what I mean? And those are two really powerful starting blocks, but much more has to be done, right? Like, my kids don't like to watch movies with me, right? Because I'm watching Aquaman, and I'm like, yep, Atlantis, that's the rising ring that's in Sahara. Yep, that's where they think Atlanta was, of course. Then they go in there, and they see a bunch of Roman dudes pointing towards some area, and I'm like, nope, there's 6,000 years difference between those things, and the anthropological record says that the people there had black skin and blue eyes, and there was none of these Nordics there. You're superimposing Rome 6,000 years before it existed, and projecting that to the whole world who's going to watch it. You have all this kind of stuff, right? So it's helping people to be aware, like, we're actually part of this history. We're an integral part of it. We've made contributions. Horrible things have happened that have put us into this place. We're not being gifted and grafted into anything. It's important to understand that history. So that's part of the curriculum that we need to add, that they don't want to add. That's part of what should be in our churches and our civic organizations. We need to learn this personally. We need to create learning pods so our kids know about it. Because you feel differently about yourself when you feel like you're somebody. And you're from somebody, right? So that's really important. And so I'm a seeker, and I've been doing that for a long time. And okay, what was one of the other ones that you asked? Yeah. So DEI. Oh Lord, let me just. Okay. Yeah. Let's kind of work through it. So I'm gonna try to be net. What I would tell people with DEI was like the thing. Everybody was loving it and all this kind of stuff. I would say diversity, equity, inclusion does not mean Black. Those are euphemisms for not white male. Not white straight male, to be specific. That does not mean Black. The fact of the matter is 4% of all of that DEI minority spend goes to Black people. 96% goes to non-Black people. 85% of the DEI executives are like white women. 85% of the executives are white men. You know what I mean? Like, they're just they're reallocating resources amongst themselves and saying, we did it. I remember this phrase when I was little in Barbados. It's called, I chew, you swallow. You know what I mean? Don't it taste good? Don't it taste good? You're pretending. So they're benefiting from this on the way up. We're not getting it, but it's being perceived like we're the beneficiaries, and then we get hurt the most on the way down. So when it was in place, it wasn't serving us to begin with. That's why I said you need to be specific, right? And the issue is, what blocks specificity? It may be the way that they have written the law. So my thing is, then change the law. If they could wait 50 years to get the stuff that they want, then you can wait. We can work on it for 50 years to get them to change the law and find out other ways that we can circumvent this thing, right? Because it doesn't work. Like I told people, I know you're trying to do the right thing, But if you want to have an impact on our communities, you need to be specific. If you want to elevate black women and you're doing it by investing in women businesses, only 2% of that is black women. They don't get served to your $99? That's absurd. And that's not your intention, so I need you to be specific. If you don't want to do it, fine. That's okay too. Now we know. But if you claim that this is what you want to do, you have to be specific. And by the way, every other area, walk of life, we do this. When you go in for somebody to check your heart, do they look at your foot? Do they service your foot and say, you should be great now? You know what I mean? I've done all this stuff to the other parts of your body. No, you have to be specific. We're kind of getting caught up in things that are not necessarily beneficial to us. Every time a black person engages in something, we have to explain how it helps everybody else. By the way, okay, I'm okay with that, if that's not what you want to do, but how come nobody else has to explain what they're doing to uplift black people when they get their money? Where is their accountability on that free riding? All of these programs came out of redress post-civil rights. All these people are free riding on it, and they're attributing their benefits to them and their hard work, right? It's part of the education that needs to happen. For you to accumulate wealth in America is a function of the anti-you sentiment white folks have. You think it's you, it ain't you. Black people were qualified to go to universities. They said, we don't accept you. It was deterministic. They were fully qualified. We don't accept you, right? The rate at which discrimination is falling for black people is lower and slower than everyone else. The other people who come here and they love education, black people love education too, they did. The fastest rate that people went from illiterate to literate was black people post-emancipation. Black people who had the opportunity to go to college, the ones who were going there were doctors, they were dentists, they were lawyers, they were teachers, and they were pastors, the highest level of fields. But those people were rejected upon the pain of death. When you go through that type of stuff for 150 years, it changed. It says this is not your path. You have to find a different path. Somebody else shows up and it's much easier for them. I'm happy for you, but you need to just understand the historical context behind it. You show up and you get stuff you didn't earn. And that's okay too, by the way, but do something to help the people who actually earned it. You know, it's addressing these types of issues that we need to have. What we need, to me, is a shock to our system that shows us why we should have a strong, positive commitment to each other. Why I should work really hard to do right by you. You should work really hard to do right by me. My view is when you win, we're winning. Right? When I figure something out, I open source it to people. Right? A lot of people figure stuff out and they keep it to themselves. They need to be that one melanated cat that doesn't make any sense for us. I don't want to be celebrated for the first. I got a lot of first black stuff. I think that's absurd because you're acting like we're the first ones who were capable.
Right.
We are not the first ones that were capable. The people who were capable were not given the opportunity to develop and to deploy skills. They intentionally kept us from these things. Right? We need to know this so that we are much more likely to work together. If I have a personal responsibility to you to not F you, then you know that when something goes wrong, I was trying my damnedest to make sure that didn't happen. But stuff happens sometimes. As opposed to I'm a fast-talking shyster who's in the mix and trying to make money off of what you're doing. Right? And people are watching us. Our little kids are watching us. This stuff rubs off, on them. So it is part of what needs to change is we need to have a culture that's more conducive to collectivism, to commerce, to consolidating our resources. And that takes time. We have to show people working, scalable examples so they will say, let's try that too. and this is the last thing I'll say, because we're working against all this stuff, right? There's something I diagnose as call me when you win. Call me when you win. So, when you start that business, when you start that school, when you get on the cover of Forbes magazine, now we could do business. Which is absurd. That's like telling your kid, call me when you get to Harvard. You spend the better part of 2 decades trying to make sure they got a good shot at getting into a place like that, right? You're working together. When you do that, the outcome is outliers. These super duper people we can't replicate. I don't care about the one cat who amassed $1 billion on some triple threat fluke of circumstances. I need to be able to replicate that and produce 15,000 of those people, right? These are the things that we need to be able to have in place to get these outcomes. It's the attitudes we have towards each other, and it's in how we interface with other people. So whether they love us or not, they'll say, this makes strategic sense for us, our interests are aligned, so we will help you accomplish these things because we're gonna make some money, or it's gonna help us, or it's gonna make us look good, or whatever it is. I'm totally fine with whatever their motivation is. I don't really care, to be honest with you. As long as we get the things that we need, jobs, business capital, education, healthcare associated with it, so we can be in a better place. And by the way, when we rise, we take everybody with us.
That's right. Sean? Sean. But he didn't want to leave any stone unturned. Please give our guest speaker, Sean D. Rochester, a round of applause. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Oh my God. So listen, are y'all enjoying the program? Are you being fed? Hello, hello, hello. Woo! All right. Listen, I'm going to invite up our next guest. But we're gonna do some things in tandem, right? We got some amazing food, so I'm inviting you all to grab a plate, come back in. I'm gonna invite up Mr. Hamish Ganga to join us from BAFA Capital. Please give him a round of applause. But feel free to use the restroom, go get a plate, come back and join us. Yes, and then Mr. Rochester has a table. Those of you that registered in advance for your free copy, you can go there and get your autograph, and I'm sure he's happy to meet and talk with you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I wish I had more time in terms of life. That's my question to him about.
Shantae, I need my guest speaker, please. Okay. Hey, Hamish.
Hello, 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 hello. Here. Testing. All right. Listen, we're going to get going, keep this train rolling. Our next speaker is Hamish Ganga, a serial entrepreneur with a rich and diverse background spanning multiple industries. After 10 years in the fitness and health sector, he successfully transitioned into business development and real estate investment, founding a fund focused on acquiring rental properties in Harlem, New York. He's also expanding into the Airbnb business across 3 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you all in the back. I love the conversation. Please take it out into the lobby. Thank you.
Feel free to rejoin us, though. Hamish also has solid experience in blockchain technology. Since 2017, he has passionately educated thousands of people about investing in cryptocurrency, helping them navigate the world of digital assets. Currently, he's launching a crypto-based lending platform called Crypto Urgency to launch spring 2026. Please give Hamish Ganga a round of applause. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
having
Thank
me.
you for being here. Listen, so we wanted to have this conversation because we know that, and we've talked about this, right? A lot of people have gotten in on Bitcoin, Coinbase, and so forth. But Black people, people of Black descent, haven't really tapped into it. I think there's a lot of fear, hesitation around it. Tell us what it is. Let's start there. What is it? And how is it different than like the regular stock market? Or is it different?
Okay, so I'm going to try to define, I'm going to start by the definition of cryptocurrency. And I'm going to try to keep it as simple as I can for people to understand. Cryptocurrency is really just digital money. It's a, what happened is in 2008, someone figured out how to write codes online that would allow an exchange between two people without having to go through a third party. And so I think
Without having to go through a third party.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because if today, if you put the crypto aside, if today we do a transaction and I have to give you money, then I have to hand it to you in person, right? Now, if I'm in Paris or if I'm in Ghana or in Chicago, and I need to give you to transact, we need to transact, then I have to go through a third party, which is a bank, for the money to get to you, right? And so what this guy figured out in 2008 was to write a series of codes where people could send money through a series of nodes online, and those are transactions that happen, complex equations that are resolved by computers.
Yes.
And so that I can send you money, I can send you this digital money without having to go through the bank, because whenever the bank is involved, they have to charge a fee. Okay. And what happened is, as time goes by and as many people get involved, the banks start to lay rules that we have to go by. Many people don't know this, but when we put money in a bank, if today I go and invest $100,000 into a bank, the bank doesn't keep my $100,000 in it.
What do they do with it?
That's a good question, right?
Yeah. What do you mean it's not in the bank?
Well, there you go. So what happens is there's a law that allows the banks to only keep, well, actually that has changed recently. They only were obligated to keep 10% of your money inside.
Is that right?
Yeah, and so the other 90%, they would lend the money to other people. So when we go to the bank and deposit the money, our money doesn't stay there.
Yeah.
They use our money to make money.
Yeah.
Right? And this is legal, by the way. And so recently it actually was reduced where they could lend all of your money to other people that make money.
All of 100%.
I don't think people know that.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're saying that banks can use 100% of the funds in your personal checking business savings account.
Yeah. So the banks the banks are really in a business of issuing loans and
Yeah.
making money
Yes.
for it.
Yes.
People think that when the banks are really, their job is to keep people's money, it's not. I remember when I first moved here, which, I've been in this country like 28 years now, because I was always early on interested in finance
Yes,
and
yeah.
economics, and this is what I went to school for. I knew early on at 19, 20, 21 that I needed to put money aside, and at the time, in 1999 or what now, or 2000, we had to get a CD. At the time, that was the smart thing to do.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, I used to live in Minnesota, as you know. I don't know if you remember ING.
Yeah.
ING that was downtown.
Yeah.
I had opened an account at ING
Oh my
in my 20s, and I was pretty proud of it because I was working and I was putting money aside every month, and that was my savings. And so in my head, I was doing the right thing because I was having a CD and I was saving money. Well, when you look at the interest that they give out, when you look at the fact that really, which I learned later on, that the banks don't keep your money in the banks, it's crazy. If today we all went to put money in the bank, and today at the same time we want to withdraw our money, the banks won't be able to do that. And I don't think people know that, right? And so to go back to crypto, this guy understood early on that we needed to take out the middleman and create a peer-to-peer transaction. And hence the creation of Bitcoin.
Wow.
Right. And
That's
so
phenomenal.
yeah, and so that's how he started. I personally, I was not exposed to it until 2012.
Okay.
And I think it's important that I tell this story quick because I think as black people, we tend to not trust, like the other fella talked about. We usually, inherently, we tend to doubt
Yes.
new things, right?
Yes.
Innovation stuff, innovative way to make money. And so in 2012, I had just got married, and I had a motorcycle before my marriage.
Okay.
And my wife at the time, my ex-wife, had basically told me that in order for me to get married, I needed to get rid of the motorcycle because it was dangerous, which I agreed to, right?
Okay.
So when I decided to sell the bike, this white man comes to my place to pick up the bike and give me the money. And he asked me, he goes, instead of me paying you cash, would you take Bitcoin?
Oh. How did you feel about that?
It was my first time hearing about it. Right? And remember, I'm black.
Yeah.
Remember
Right.
when I said about not trusting? And so I'm thinking
It's like
this
he's
guy
giving
comes-
you beans,
Yeah,
magic beans.
Exactly.
Yes.
So he has the cash on him, which was $6,000 at the time.
Okay.
And he goes, you take Bitcoin because I can pay in Bitcoin. At the time, Bitcoin was $5.
Okay.
And of course, I said no.
Yeah.
I did not know the guy. It was
Yeah.
the first time, and I'm like, Bitcoin, what's that? What he did was he made me go look it up, but I took the money. I was
Of
like, give me the
course.
cash, right?
While I study this.
Exactly. While I go and check it, right? And so I went and did some research, whatnot. But the thing is that I missed my opportunity because back then, and based on now what we know, I would have had over $100 million worth of Bitcoin. Yeah. And so I said no to that in 2012. I can tell you how bad I feel. I had my time to cry in the room. But I think it's important to understand that opportunities, when we say no to opportunities, they don't go away, they just go to someone else.
Yes.
Right? And so I sold him the bike, and that was my opportunity to start my wealth back then.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, by 2015, and this is why I always stress and I tell young men, you have to pick your friends wisely.
Yes.
because I have to say that most of the things that I know today, I know them and I'm where I'm at today because of the friends that I chose to be around. And so this one friend would come by at the time I owned the gyms, and he would tell me about it. When I moved to New York, when I left Minnesota and I moved to New York, I've surrounded myself with nerds, tech guys in 2016. And so those are the guys who, at the time, I was like, okay, I've heard about it enough. Let me dive in it. And so I took my time and I studied it. And at the time, Bitcoin was $700, $800 or so.
So from $5 in 2012,
Yeah.
fast forward to 2015, 2016,
2016, yeah.
700.
Yeah.
A coin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And at that point, I was like, okay, this is something to it.
Right.
So I started, buying in 2017.
Okay.
In 2017, early on, it was $1,000. By the end of 2017, it was $6,000. So that's, you can see how much he appreciated.
Yeah.
And so, long story short, over the time I invested whatnot, but that's really how I started learning about it. And so my background, although, I studied finance, but really my thing was fitness, health.
That's how we met, yes.
Right,
yes.
because I had
Men of
gyms here and all
fitness,
that, right? And so, but then at the time, I was a novice in tech. So everything tech, I was interested, and I would learn. And what I did was that I took some courses at MIT online, and there were courses about the blockchain. And so that's when my eyes opened up, because I was like, wow, if this really happens, like these people are saying, 10 years from now, things could be, the world will be different. So that's how it started.
And the world is different. I just read recently that the state of Texas has invested $10 million into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And so government tried to fight it before, right? So why would a government entity do that now? The light went off, what happened?
Well, for one, I think, when people see that there's something to it, that people are making money, usually people become interested, right? But there are a few reasons, which I won't get into details because that might confuse people, but there are a few reasons why the government is interested now. One of them is that the government is in debt. I know it sounds crazy to hear, but let me repeat it again. The government is in debt, right? And so another way to fix that is by buying an asset that appreciates faster than anything else. Because then you can use that asset and offset your debt. Right. And so now what Texas has done, which is very recent, is that they have put in $10 million into their reserves of Bitcoin. Which is also one of the things I'm discussing with some of the African countries.
Okay.
Because, I think it's important to mention that when you look at the communities, the different communities, you have the white communities, the Indian communities, the black communities at large, whatnot, in the US at least. We are so far behind, right, wealth-wise. And we have to find a way to catch up. Yes. And so I like the gentleman earlier and what he said, because he was talking about the need of working together. Yes. I don't think people really understand the urgency of it.
Yes, they don't.
Because it's almost like, to use an analogy, it's almost like having someone running, having a head start, in 100 meters,
yes,
and being like literally 100 yards away from you, and now they're asking you to catch up.
Yeah.
Right? And so we have to figure out how to, we cannot afford to let things go. Like the opportunity that I had in 2012
Yeah.
of getting over 100 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
No, not even, yeah, way over there.
That still hurts, huh?
Oh, it still does. It still does.
I feel it.
It still does.
I mean,
But
obviously
not
you've
as
done
much-
well, but
not
yeah,
as much
yeah.
now because I got time to catch up. Right?
Of course.
But the thing is, it still hurts in the sense that, shoot, $100 million. Well, imagine the things I would do,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
with it today. But the black community, as a whole, cannot afford to pass up on another opportunity, and this is why I try. This is why I flew here, because I try to take every opportunity I can to let people know. Now, here's a good thing. Here's good news, and I don't think too many people know that. Today, over 25% of crypto investors in the U.S. are black people.
Is that right? That's new.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, in 2020, and I can say I contributed to
Of
that
course.
a little bit.
Of course.
Only because in 2020, when everything was shut down, there was an app called Clubhouse.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And on Clubhouse, I was moderating one of the, in fact, the biggest group crypto club on air. We had thousands of members and people who come to listen, and we were teaching people how to, what crypto was and how to invest in crypto. So we were literally walking them through the steps on how to buy crypto. And so we onboarded so many people. I'm talking thousands of people. Wow. And I was one of them. I was the one who stressed, because there's different currencies now. There's different
there's
crypto
several now.
monies. Right. I kept saying back then, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. Forget about the rest, buy Bitcoin, because it's still the leading crypto. And as long as you put money in it, you're going to be fine. And in 2020, at the time when I was talking about it, Bitcoin was what? Like 15,000, 20,000 or so.
Okay.
And, you know, and going up, right? And so those who have listened, I think are doing well today. Yeah.
So you mentioned that there's different kinds. So I've been saying loosely Bitcoin, but really the term is cryptocurrency, right? But there's Bitcoin, there's Ethereum, XRP. What are the differences between them?
Okay, so those currencies have been, so first I think it's important to mention Bitcoin is like the mother of all.
Okay.
Bitcoin is the mother of all because it's the first one, and everything else is kind of like built on the blockchain.
Okay.
Now, having said that, the other currencies have they have different white papers, which basically what that means is they have different goals. So when you find a currency, usually they have a white paper, which on the white paper they talk about who founded it, why they built it, and what is the point of that currency. Right. So when you read the white papers of those currencies, it should outline why they created it and what problem does it solve. Right? And also what comes with it and all of that. So Ethereum is just another version of it. And Ethereum is a platform on which other currencies can be built for smart contracts. And, you know, because it came afterwards and, you know, it started much lower than Bitcoin, but it is a stable coin today that's very well valued. And so I tell people to buy whatever they can on a weekly basis.
Why do you suggest that?
Because, okay, so if you, the only way, I mean, it's kind of like asking today, why would you invest in NVIDIA, right, today? I get it today, as of today, NVIDIA has a little bit of problems, but in general, why would somebody invest in Apple or NVIDIA?
Right.
Well, the best way to answer that is to go back to the chart and say, well, because if you had bought Apple right?
In 2012.
In 2010,
Yeah.
even if you put $1,000 back then,
Yeah.
you know, let's face it, I think it's fair to say all of us had $1,000 in 2012.
Yes.
And if we had put $1,000 in Apple, this is how much money you would have today, right? And so the same thing goes for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It has grown over 100%, which means that it has doubled every year for the past 10 years. And for the past 10 years, Bitcoin has had over 100% growth rate year over year.
Wow.
Which means that if you had $100 or $1,000, just for, to use as layman terms, you put the money, the next year you come is $2,000. The third year, the third year it's $400.
Yeah.
Then it goes to $800, which is called in finance compound interest,
Right.
right? Because it just keeps growing, and it grows even exponentially higher if you keep investing in it, if you keep putting money. So in other words, what I try to tell people, and in fact, I did a little bit of an exercise here just to help. I asked ChatGPT,
Okay.
what would $25 be if, each one of us put $25 into Bitcoin every week, okay? And I'm sure everybody drinks coffee. That's $5 an average is a cup of coffee, right?
Yep. 7.
And so, right, exactly, right, for some people, right? You put $25 a week
Yeah.
based on just what Bitcoin has done the past 10 years,
Yeah.
assuming that Bitcoin does the same thing, because many of us believe it will,
Yeah.
assuming that 10 years from now, the same thing happens, just based on $25 a week,
Yes.
you get $2,600,000, $59,000, and $800. Yeah, in 10 years, just by putting $25 a week on a
Wow.
on a on an 80% growth rate. Yeah, you have 100%. On 100%, it is doable, right? And that's what this is why but why don't we do that?
Yes.
We don't do it because we're scared.
Yes.
We don't do it because we don't know,
Yep.
right? And so that's what I usually get with people. Well, Amish, what if I lose my money? What if? And I'm like, the cost of not doing anything
Yes.
versus
Doing a little bit.
doing a little bit and
On a
even
consistent basis.
losing it perhaps.
Yes. Yes.
The cost of not doing it is greater. Because everyone here, I believe, has an offspring or a cousin or whatnot, right? And so it doesn't even have to be about you.
Yeah.
But if you just tell yourself, let me put $25 a week
Yep.
into Bitcoin so that 10 years from now, my child or my nephew
Yeah.
or my grandson
Yeah.
can have some money when I'm gone.
Yes.
You're talking $2,600,000 in 10 years from $25 every week. And so sometimes I ask myself why people don't do it.
Yeah.
I know part of it is the lack of information,
Yes.
the lack of education. But I don't think we can use excuses today, because we have the internet, we have YouTube, we literally have. This is the era of information, right?
Yeah.
The reason why I'm talking about it today is because I've invested time learning about it,
Yeah.
and I turned around and told people, right? And so I think that's just what we have to do.
Yeah. We have to overcome our fears. The fear is real, and I think it's important to name it and validate it, but we can't be polarized by it, right? And I think what a strong takeaway that I think maybe is the first time that I'm even hearing is that you don't have to have a lot of money right now. Like if you're unable to start with 1,000, 5, 10, 50,000, the 25, 50, 100 a week, whatever you can afford to set away. And it should be money, right, that you can live without, right? And I always say we trick off more than that on other things. Can we agree? Right? Okay, we heard all about the weaves and the nails earlier, right? But so it's really about looking at your overall financial picture. And so you invest in other products, right? I mean, other than real estate, like talk about like having a mixed portfolio. So rather than putting all your eggs in one basket, right, in a savings account and letting it sit and let the banks make money on it, how should people be thinking about the different tools and products they can leverage, like crypto, but maybe it is the stock market, maybe it is real estate or certificates of deposit. I'm not gonna say, because listen, you're all responsible for your own financial decisions. We are not giving financial advice, but paint a scenario of, if someone has $1,000, right? Let's stick with that number. How would you take that and diversify it?
All right, so I get this question a lot because people come to me and they say, hey, I have a little bit of money, I'd like to invest. Where can I invest? And my answer is always, it all depends on what you have, right? The reason why I'm not really talking about my investments because, it's not necessarily, it's just kind of like the gentleman said earlier, to point out one who made it, who did that, is not really indicative of what other situation. Right. Yeah. So, but I think it's important to say to people, and I think this is the part that I want to stress. You do not need to. First of all, it's important to understand this is not for me. I'm not telling you to give me the money. I'm only informing you that there is a way you can have some money, basically save money for your loved one where you don't have to worry about it that much. The one thing that's important to stress is that Bitcoin price goes up, but it also comes down. Yeah. Okay? There's volatility. Yeah. So just because you put money today, because that's usually what happens. Yeah. As soon as you put money,
it crashes.
The next day, you put $100, now it's $80.
Right.
And you go,
where's my
you
$20?
Just had to wait till I count. I put the money, and I trade, right? Yeah, so this happens to me all the time.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Like you see and of course I deal with other commodities, but I see the Nasdaq go up, and as soon as I get in, now it decides to go down, right? But that's exactly what it does. That's what the market is.
But it comes up.
It comes back up. And this is what happens is, and the ones who are not used to investing, they freak out and they take the money out. Yes. That is the one thing you actually should not do. Yeah. And which is why it's important to know what you put in the money into. And so to that I say, be careful, because while I talk about crypto, it's important to understand that there are different currencies. Yeah. There are tokens, there's lots of them today. And I'm not telling you to go find the next token and then put money because Amish say to put money into crypto. That is not what I say. I specifically talk about Bitcoin because that is the safest way that I can look at you in the eye and say, 10 years from now, you're not going to regret it, based on what happened the past 10 years. The other coins that one may talk about, because that's what happens is some people might create a token, and that token goes 1,000%. Yes. And so because of that, they go, oh yeah, you should put the money there. I just made it 1,000%. You go and put the money, that thing goes all the way down, and you never recover, right? And so it's important to put into something that has been proven, to work. And so that is Bitcoin. Now, to answer your question, because I think it was more comprehensive, like where else can you put the money? I would say based on $1,000, I would say put into Bitcoin.
All of it.
I would say put $1,000,
Yeah.
put into Bitcoin. Now, if you came to me and you said, which a friend of mine did, she's a nurse,
Yeah.
and she saw that her 401k hit an all-time high, which 401ks are are pegged to the stock market,
Yeah.
and so her 401k gave her a good return this year, and so she's asking me, Amish, what should I do? So this is what I told her. I said, take out 50% of that and put it into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And so
What percentage?
I told her to take 50%
Okay.
of her 401k.
Okay.
And I say that based on the returns,
Okay.
right? Because we get so scared.
Yeah.
We see, for a nurse who has worked, I don't know, 10 years or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
it's very possible that they have $200,000 sitting in there.
That's right.
That money can also go down if the market goes down. Now, what you want to do is to diversify. So you can go and do that, or you can go and buy life insurance.
That part.
I'm amazed at how many people don't have life insurance, how many people work,
Yeah.
make good money,
Yeah.
and they don't have life insurance policies.
Yep.
It's something that I encourage people to do.
Yeah.
Why do I say that? I can only talk about what I've done
Yes.
and what I've seen. When I got married in 2012, and I laugh because, I'm sure you laugh, I was watching, my ex-wife was watching a lot of Cold TV.
Okay.
And at the time, they were showing a lot of stories where the woman killed the husband and took the
snap.
life insurance policy.
Oh,
And at the time,
that was her favorite show.
no, remember, it was my ex-wife who was watching it, so I happened to watch it.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also married to a white girl. So I don't know if subconsciously I didn't trust, but every time she mentioned, let's buy life insurance, I would just be like, no. No. I don't want to end up one of the stories.
Right.
Right? And, well, of course, we divorced and stuff, but later on...
And you are alive. Yeah.
Right. Saved my life, right? I love white people. I don't want to... But later on in 2017, I learned more about it, and I was like, you know what? I'm single. I'm going to jump in, and I'm going to buy life insurance.
Okay.
Because I had learned about the different life insurance policies and the fact that it's another way to save money.
Yep.
And I don't think there's enough education when it comes to that matter. But also what I found out is that the government prevents life insurance life insurance companies to advertise on TV about it. They don't want the regular people to know about life insurance.
Wow.
And just to give you an idea, I bought my first policies in 2017. By 2022, I wanted to invest into a business.
Yeah.
I looked to see where my savings and stuff, the money that I have, I look at my policies and I had $500,000 in it already. And so I don't think people realize that. But those are annuities. So when you put money every month and you don't think about it, you try your best not to think about it,
Yes.
what happens is you're saving for yourself. It's no different than Bitcoin today.
Yeah.
I told my sister about it. She was very hesitant.
Yeah.
I told her about it in 2020. She's like, yes, Amish, I'm going to do it. I literally had to go to her house, grab her phone, and create an account on Robinhood for her. And I linked her account, and I say, you have to put money in it.
Yeah.
So she finally did it because I did it for her.
Yeah.
Today, she has a couple of $100,000 sitting on it. She only invested about $15,000.
Wow.
But at the time, Bitcoin was, again, 20,000 or so. today Bitcoin is, over, like, today is 90, I think 90,000. Right, but it went up at the peak. At its peak, it went up to 124,000 something. So I say this to say there are ways to make money, but we have to get away from this fear of, oh, what if I lose my money? And sometimes I have to say, you can't afford to think about what if you lose your money. Your son cannot afford to think about, for you to think about what if you lose your money. And I always address black people when I say this because it kills me. We go every Sunday, and forgive me, I'm not trying to attack anyone, but we go every Sunday to church, and we have to put money, give money to the church.
Yes, the tithes, yes.
You can do the same if you have money to give to the pastor. I'm sorry, but when's the last time you needed money to invest in a business and the pastor gave you the money? But yet every Sunday we have to give the money to the church. For once, think of your son, take that money and put it first into something that your son is going to have, or your grandson or whatever is going to have. Then if you have money left, you go give it to the church. And so that always kills me, because I'm like, as a community, and you look at, and again, I'm not trying to attack the churches, right? But as a community, when you think about all the money churches take on Wednesday night and Sunday night or Sunday morning, you're talking billions of dollars. And what if we allocated 10, 20% of it into things that would actually make us money? Right? And again, I get it. There's discrimination, there's racism, I get it. Right? I'm not trying to say that doesn't happen. What I'm trying to say is, and nobody coming to save us but ourselves.
This third time we've heard that today.
And nobody coming to save us but ourselves. Your grandson, your son could literally have $2 million in 10 years if you only put $25 a week into Bitcoin. Don't look at how much it is. Don't look at how it fluctuates. Because the most important thing is what ends up happening. So even if you put money and it goes down, just keep putting money. So in other words, when Bitcoin goes down, the lower it goes down, and just so you know, it's going to go down again. That's actually an opportunity for us to buy cheaper. It's no different than me telling you, hey, if Amazon, if you had the opportunity to buy Amazon back in 2004, would you have done it? Today, all of us would say yes, right? It's the same thing. There's no difference. I'm saying that because it helps to look at things in perspectives, right? To try to project, and that's what financial people do. They project. And so the reason why I did this exercise, which by the way, I was talking about $25 a week, but you double that to 50%. Now you're talking over $5 million in 10 years. Wow. Think about it, $5 million in 10 years. By then, I can already tell you, the banks will start taking Bitcoin. You will go to institutions, they will ask you if you have Bitcoin or dollars. So it's best that you do that, because if you don't do it, I promise you 5 years, 10 years from now, you're going to remember, oh yeah, that's right, this gentleman came and talked about it, and I never bought it.
Can I ask a question real quick? How many of you can afford to set aside $25 a week?
Yeah.
Okay,
$25.
50. Okay, I'm going to stop because I don't want you to feel some type of way. But you at least have $25 you can set aside a week. That's a start. And some of you that have heard me talk about my savings journey, I talked about how my tip money, right? When I was a student in beauty school and I would come with bags of coins, I was embarrassed. I felt a type of way, but I would deposit that into my credit union account at the time. Interest was a little bit higher, a bit better. But it's really about, I mean, we want to make a lot of money fast, but really what this is about, developing the muscle and making savings and investing a way of life, and not just like, you know, I'm trying to become a millionaire tomorrow, by Tuesday, as Sean said, right? So it's really about the mindset. You've heard mindset a few times this weekend, and those of you that have been rolling with us for a while, mindset is a big part of that. Fear is real, right? But you do have to risk at some point if you're trying to get where you're trying to go. It's an uncomfortable proposition, right? Because you're like, I don't have it to lose. Nobody wants to lose money. But you do have to at least cultivate that muscle of saving it on a regular, consistent basis. And save it in such a way, as you said, where you're not thinking about it, right? Where you don't need it right away. If something happens, you don't got to go run to the ATM to withdraw it. So let's then pivot to, you have this platform that you're launching. Right. And we talked about it, right? Because you said a friend was trying to they wanted to take some of their crypto out. Right. So tell us about your new platform.
So about 6 months ago, a friend calls me, and she's her house had a leak, so she needed to fix the bathroom and all of that, and she needed, you know, 30,000 or so. And of course we're talking, and she doesn't know, you know, what she should do, and she has this money sitting in the 401k and all that stuff. And a year prior to that, I had her buy crypto. Okay. So you know, because she wanted to know, she had some extra money. She was like, okay, where do I put this $12,000 of mine? Right. And I had her buy crypto. 6 months ago, the money that she had put in was $25,000.
Well, she started with how much?
She had put in $12,000. So she doubled her money.
She doubled her money.
Right.
Within 6 months.
By buying what I told her to buy, yes. Okay. Which was crypto.
Yeah.
And so, and really there's no magic. If you go and look at Bitcoin today, on, I believe, October 3rd, 2024, Bitcoin was 6,700. You fast forward to October 9th of 2025, Bitcoin was 124. So that's more than 100% there. So whatever money you put, what that means is, had you put $100,000 in Bitcoin in October in 2024, you would have had over $200,000 in October of 2025. And that's what she basically did, right? So really there's no magic. It's not like I'm some genius or no, I just told her what to buy. Right. So then when she calls me and she says, you know, I need this money, I think I'm gonna sell my crypto. Yeah. I told her, absolutely not, don't do that. Okay. And in fact, I said, you know, find other ways. If it's really tough, I'll lend you the money, but do not sell it because it'll be way more. Okay. So then I go to sleep and I'm like, I guess my brain was thinking. Mm-hmm. And I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, wait a second. The issue that she's having is everybody's issue today. Well, at least a bunch of us. Where we need money, we may need cash, now, and we have crypto, and we go, oh wow, I have, you know, $10,000 or whatever, and I need $4,000 today. Let me sell what I have, not realizing that by you selling, you're forfeiting any future growth. So you go to bed, and that's usually what happens. The minute you sell, you wake up the next day, and now it's gone up, right? And so I told her, I said, don't do that. But then I thought to myself, you know, this is what usually people do. They sell when they need the money. Yeah. What if instead of selling, they could go to an institution and then borrow against it? Just like we do with our houses, right? When we need a loan, you go to the bank. The bank asks you what kind of collateral you have, And most of the time, people use their homes. And I thought, okay, why don't I create something where people could borrow money from us, and we would just use the crypto as collateral. But instead of selling the crypto, we would just lock it so that they cannot sell it.
Okay.
Then when they pay us back, plus interest,
Yes.
then we give them the crypto back.
Wow. Now, is the
understand?
crypto still making money?
The crypto still take,
It's
that's,
still-
that's the good thing.
Yes.
So let's say you have $10,000,
Yeah.
right, worth of Bitcoin or whatever, and you need $5,000
Yes.
today. Then you come to us, we lend you the money, we lock up your money, your crypto.
Yep.
So if crypto goes up tomorrow, it goes up to 12,000 or 15,000. By the time you pay me back with plus interest, I give you back the 15,000. So really, all you're not losing, because what you're doing is you're borrowing at, let's say, 10%.
Yeah.
In a year, Bitcoin goes up 50% or 60%. Now you have now lost what you would have lost if you sold it.
That's right.
And actually, interestingly enough, there are institutions that are doing it already.
Okay.
You know, it's crazy as you think of something and then you realize, gosh, somebody already doing it. But actually, it's a good thing because that proves that my idea was good.
It's valid.
Yeah,
So, are you
so-
still doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are invested in it. I formed a team. I have a few hedge fund guys on the team from New York, and you know, I personally put my money in it.
Yeah.
So we launching next month.
Round of applause. Yes. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and to give you an idea, there's a company out of London that's been doing the same thing, and they started in 2018. Today, they have paid over $300 billion in loans.
Really?
They are holding over 11 billion of assets under management, meaning the crypto that they're keeping from people, they have over 11 billion today. And no one knows of them here, but that's how great this industry is. And so I thought, you know what, why not save this issue? And so we created that. The platform comes out next month, and yeah.
So tell us the name, and then how can people find out more about it? Do you have a website and all that set up yet?
Yeah, it's called Crypturgency. It's called Crypturgency. If you go online and type in crypt, like crypto, but Crypturgency, one word. The website is there already, is up, and you can put in your email. So when we launch, we'll send you the updates. But the idea is that we can, you know, because we want to be able to borrow money.
Yeah.
So we allocated some assets so that institutions or individuals who need money, we lend them money and we hold their crypto. So someone can still buy crypto, and let's say you say, hey, I have $100,000 saved, let me put into Bitcoin. You don't put it to us, like you buy Bitcoin, and so we go, okay, you have Bitcoin, it's legit. We give you the money you need. So if you need 50,000 or you need 20,000 to pay a bill or whatever, we give you your money. We just lock up enough to, you know, to sustain the volatility. And then when you pay us back, we give you your Bitcoin back.
And your Bitcoin or crypto has been earning money this whole time.
Or it
goes up.
Yeah. Crypto has been going up. I mean, myself, I've been, you know, what I've done, because I believe in it.
Yeah.
You know, I studied it. I launched a company back in 2021 that I ended up retracting because of the market going down. But myself, because I invested in different businesses, every business of mine, every week buys Bitcoin because for me, I believe in it.
I think that's fantastic. I wish we had more time.
Yeah.
Please give Hamish a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
you
you for
being
having me.
here. Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to keep it moving. I want to invite up Kayla, please, our interim director for the Minneapolis Department of Civil Rights. Hi, thanks for your patience. Of course. Have a seat. Yeah, give her a round of applause. Kayla, a lot going on. How you doing?
You know, I'm all right. I'm hanging in there.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
are. So Kayla and I worked together years ago when I served as chair of the Minneapolis Civil Rights Commission. This was a community advisory mixed with attorneys and so forth. I learned a lot during that time. I was able to enact a few policies and whatnot. But Kayla, there's a lot going on right now. And I just wanted to touch on, because we see that our civil rights, anything legal, does play into our health and well-being, right? And so our ability to, people are losing their jobs left and right. A lot of them are, they may feel like they're being unlawfully terminated. Are you seeing a lot of that in Minneapolis? And what is your office seeing right now as far as the DEI rollbacks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the question. Thanks very much for having me, and it's nice to see you. So I mean, in our anti-discrimination work, so the Civil Rights Department does a variety of different types of civil rights work. Anti-discrimination is just one sort of aspect of it, but we have a unit that does that specific work. And when it comes to complaints in that particular area, the highest number of complaints we receive is employment discrimination complaints, and they usually are based upon race, not entirely, but that is the largest number of complaints that we receive in the employment area. That has certainly continued to be the case, and so we are seeing some cases that do seem to have some sort of tangential or more direct relationship to the differences in how the current federal administration is viewing and acting on DE&I programs. So that's certainly something that's been very relevant to our work. When it comes to actual federal agencies, we in the city of Minneapolis don't necessarily have jurisdiction to investigate employment discrimination by the federal government, and that's just because we're a smaller governmental municipality than the federal government. But we absolutely can investigate cases where folks are having those experiences in the private sector here in the city of Minneapolis. So I do really encourage folks that if you have had those experiences, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean that someone was terminated from employment. They could have been demoted, for instance, moved into a different position that is not as advantageous for some reason, and that could still constitute discrimination. One of the things that I am heartened by and energized by at this point in time is, one, I'm really grateful that we have anti-discrimination work and have the ability to investigate discrimination cases at the city level, because if we were entirely basing it upon the federal government systems, as we all know and are watching unfortunately crumble around us, there are less and less of those resources, less and less of the priority actually being on really investigating employment discrimination cases, especially when we're talking about BIPOC folk versus investigating situations where white people are asserting that they've been discriminated against, which is very rarely actually the case. So I am grateful that I work for the city, and I'm grateful that we have our own enabling civil rights ordinance. So we have our own city law that protects people from employment discrimination, as well as discrimination in many other areas of life, in housing, in public accommodation. So like if you're visiting a business, a restaurant, a store, trying to join a gym, anything like that, you are those businesses are prohibited from engaging in discrimination in the city of Minneapolis. And even more so in a time where we're seeing these things crumble at the federal level, we've actually been able to expand the protections of our civil rights ordinance in the city of Minneapolis. So that's one thing I really wanted to highlight today, because new laws don't mean anything if people don't know about them and aren't making the complaints and we're not actually enforcing them, right? Then why are they there?
So what are the new laws?
Yeah,
Well, so first of all, when I served, there's 9 protected classes, right? But there are more.
I think the number is 17 right now, but don't
Is that
quote me
right?
on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
hey.
it's expanded pretty
We came up,
considerably.
sort of.
So as of August 1st of this year, we added 3 brand new protected classes in our civil rights ordinance, and they are housing status. The idea behind that is providing protections from discrimination for folks that are experiencing unsheltered homelessness at a point in their lives and facing discrimination based on that. We also have a protected class for justice impacted status, so folks that have a criminal history, have an arrest record that's impacting their ability to get employment, to get housing, things like that. And then also height and weight, and those aspects of a person's physical appearance that also might get in the way, or they might face discrimination based on folks' perceptions about their ability to do a job, or about the wear or tear they might cause on an apartment, and things like that. So I want to highlight those three. But also we've bolstered some of the protections that we've always had, but we've expanded our ability to enforce them. And two key ones I want to call out is we've expanded the definition of race in our ordinance. So this somewhat tracks with the Crown Act at the state level, so including hair texture and style, but also other physical characteristics that can be associated with race and that could be the basis of folks experiencing discrimination. We also made a really important update to how we can investigate pay inequity in the city of Minneapolis. This one's a little nuanced, but I think it's a really good one to call out because it's something people experience, unfortunately, all the time.
You're talking about the gender gap, the pay
Pay
inequality,
gap,
yeah.
and yep, it could be gender-based, it could be race-based, it could be any protected class-based, so sexual orientation, religion, the like. Of course, we hear most about pay inequity based on gender and race. That's the most common that you might hear about. But so in the past, we generally only have jurisdiction to investigate discrimination if it happened within the last year. So you have to come to us sometime within that year for us to be able to investigate.
You have a cutoff.
We do have a cutoff, so always keep that in mind if you're having those experiences. But with pay equity, what it used to be was that if a pay decision hadn't been made within the last year, we wouldn't have jurisdiction to investigate. So maybe you were hired within the last year, you got promoted, so you got a raise or some sort of change in your pay happened within the last year. You find out it's inequitable based on gender, race, whatever the case may be. You can come to us, we can investigate. But in real life, a lot of times people will work in a job for 4 or 5 years and have no idea what their coworkers are paid, right? Like they maybe just haven't had the conversation, they don't have the relationship where they feel comfortable asking that question. So we had situations where people would find out 5 years into a job that, hey, their white male coworker with the same or less experience in education is getting paid more than they are. And they'd come to our office and we'd say, okay, well, when were you hired? When did you start getting paid this amount? Well, it was 5 years ago. Well, then we couldn't investigate it. We made an update to the law though now, where as long as a paycheck was cut within the last year with the amount of pay that you're asserting is inequitable, we can now investigate. So even if it's been the case for 5 years, we still can investigate that case. So those.
I think that deserves a round of
I'm
applause.
excited about them,
Because that's, I mean, okay. That's important, right? And some of the other work that we're involved with at the Anika Foundation is looking at workplace wellness and some of those inequities, right? And when we talk about root causes and things like that, that's a financial impact. And so not only are you now dealing with being paid less, now you're walking around with the emotional stress and trauma of knowing that your coworker who's not doing as much or as good as you in terms of productivity is making more than you. So that's just added stress, right? So this is all coming together, and this is why having this legal conversation is really important. So Kayla, what does someone do? I love that you're looking at improving the ordinance, right? Like, that's some of the things that we want to do, because there are many laws in place, but we're finding that a lot of times they're unenforceable. There's nothing about accountability in the laws. And so people end up getting kind of, recycled through organizations, slap on the wrist, but then they go to another department or another site and perpetrate the same harms, right? And so what is your process of updating the laws? Like, does it take for the community to say, hey, this is due for an update? And then second part of that question is, if any of the folks in here or someone they know feels like they've been discriminated against or otherwise harmed, how do they engage your office? What is that process? Because I think one of the key things that I took away from my time is that you all litigate on behalf, you're a free litigation, is that right?
Yes, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as litigation, but yes,
Okay.
we are absolutely free.
Okay.
And we are outside of the court process, which has a lot of really good positives in that it is much more user-friendly, and we try to make our process as accessible as possible to folks without legal representation. You can always have legal representation in our process, but you are not required to, and the goal is that you could go through our whole process very successfully without having to hire a lawyer to represent
I think
you.
that's amazing. And do you know off the top of your hand, I knew it was into the millions, how much you have collected on behalf of residents of Minneapolis?
So I don't know the number, like the total over the span of the work that we've done, but I know that kind of the average, I would say, is anywhere between like 200 and 500,000 a year, approximately, is what we see in settlements for folks who file discrimination cases and are able to settle them in some way. There's a variety of other really positive things that can come out in addition to monetary settlements that folks are paid, and that's things like making sure that places have training, right? So they don't engage in discrimination in the future. It can be policy changes. One example I often give is, we've had situations where we've had a landlord engage in discrimination, and then part of the settlement that comes out of that case is that they have to provide an info sheet to every single prospective tenant that they have that says, this is the Civil Rights Department, this is how you call them, this is what discrimination is. Please contact us if you feel like you are having that experience with this landlord, which really has an impact on a landlord feeling like
Very
they definitely
good.
should not continue to
Yes.
engage
Right.
in that sort of behavior. So things like that to try to be pragmatic
Right.
and make an impact beyond an individual case as well.
That's fantastic. Okay, so they
I
contact
didn't
you.
answer your question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you did. You part of it, yeah.
Yeah. So one, you had asked a question about how we update the laws and how
Yes,
that comes
yes.
about. So it absolutely can be community driven, and so if you have ideas, I really would ask that you contact the Civil Rights Department. Another really great resource for this is contacting the Civil Rights Commission or actually getting involved in the commission yourself and being a commissioner. In those recent updates that we made to our civil rights ordinance, the Civil Rights Commission was a key element of that. They were actually the ones that brought up the height and weight piece, like from scratch. No one else was talking about that. The commission is who put that forward, and it did in fact become law. So they really do have an impact. So I really encourage folks to pay attention when we're recruiting for commissioners, and really put your name in the ring and get involved in this work. We'd be really happy to have you.
I encourage it because you are then a link to the community, right? And so that was something when I served, I tried to make sure that I was connecting and getting this information out, because we often don't know what they do and what they can do. Especially if you're not able to afford, a high-powered attorney or something like that. This is a good place to start, and at least it starts to build a paper trail, right? If there's an employer who has a history of discriminating or, bad practices, then at least you've gotten that on record. So I think it's just a valuable service. I'm glad you were able to join us. Do you have any other thoughts to share?
I was just going to add that if you're having an experience where you feel like you're facing discrimination or retaliation for reporting discrimination, maybe you make a complaint to HR, maybe you talk to your supervisor and you shed light on something that you're experiencing or something that you're seeing in the workplace, and this applies in the housing context as well, and then you feel like you're discriminated against. So something happens either because of your protected class, like your race and gender, or because you are the one who's bringing these issues to the forefront, we really do want you to come forward to the Civil Rights Department and make a complaint, because we can't make any impact if we don't know that it's happening. You don't have to know if it's a perfect case for our office. If we don't have jurisdiction to investigate, we will do our absolute best to direct you to a place that will. So don't ever worry about whether you fit exactly within the parameters of what our office can do. Like, we're here to help, and we're here to help you navigate navigate the system, even if we're not the right place. But we really want to hear from you. We want to be able to work with you. We really take these complaints seriously. And again, the laws don't mean anything if we don't enforce them. And how we enforce them is that we actually do these investigations and we get these positive outcomes for folks. And we hopefully teach employers, landlords, and other folks a lesson as to why it is not advantageous for them to engage in this kind of behavior and how they have to change that in the future. We keep very good track of every place we've gotten a complaint against, and we know when we've gotten multiple complaints, and that absolutely plays into our process of, hey, this is a repeated issue that we're hearing about, and we're going to go that much harder when we're looking at an outcome with your particular, business or particular situation, because clearly, the first time this went through, it didn't work, so we got to do something different the second time around.
Oh, that's fantastic. How do we reach you again, or your office, the complaints email or something?
Yep, so you can go to minneapolismn.gov/civil rights. You can make any type of complaint, so a discrimination complaint, a labor standards complaint, so if you feel like workers are being taken advantage of. Also, if you have an issue with Minneapolis police officers, we have an Office of Police Conduct Review. You can make a police conduct complaint. I encourage anyone to do that if you're having experiences like that out in community. And so you can do that online. There's online forms, and we have them in all of our city's main languages. You can also call 311 if you'd rather make a complaint over the phone, and someone will fill out the form for you, like verbatim. You answer the complaint form questions, and they'll fill it in for you. And you can also walk into our office. We're one of the only city offices that accepts walk-ins. We do. 8:30
Is that
to
a good idea?
4:30. 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday. So if you feel more comfortable filling out a paper form, you can do that. If you have questions about our process, about how to fill out the complaint form, you can always come in and do that as well. So really open to folks doing that and talking to us about our services. I also, one other plug. Yeah. That if there are other community events, thank you so much for inviting us here, and this has been a wonderful program, and I'm really glad that I got to see part of it while I was here. But if there are other places where it would be helpful for folks to know about our services, please let us know. Kevin Carlisle is right here in the second row.
Hey,
He's
Kev.
our community engagement manager. He's a great person to connect with. You can always connect with me, any of our employees as well. But we really want to make sure that this information is out there for our community to really be useful. So please take us up on that and reach out if we can be of help at all.
That's fantastic. Please give Kayla a round of applause. Kayla McKinnon Diarra. Is it Diarra?
McKinnon Diarra, yeah.
Okay,
It's very long.
It is. I was like, no, that's good. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Was that information helpful? She's like, I got some complaints. So they have a table out, or they did. Hopefully you were able to get some of their information. North Point is here with their Menshore information. And then we'll also be making this information available online. So all the speakers will have ways for you to connect with them, or at least the information that they shared with us today. Our last and final panel, and I want to give yourselves a round of applause for sticking it out. And I'm going to invite Yvette Thompson, Jabari Thompson, Marseille Richardson to the stage, or the front of the house. Ooh. Did you all get something to eat? Did you all try any of the stewed chicken? I made that. Was it good? Now you're on the spot. All right. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? Hello. Listen, this is probably a very critical conversation to have, right? We're going to talk about a few different things, and I know two of these ladies for more than half of my life. Utmost respect for them. But again, when we talk about health and wellness, it's important for us to look at the ways that the ways that it impacts our ability to build wealth. And how are we leaking money and resources by not making critical decisions, right? And so Jabari is an insurance agent. He's more than that. He's actually
a director, and he leads a team of agents. And so I'm excited for you to hear about the different insurance products, and Hamish referred to some of it, right? Life insurance policies and things. We talked about annuities a little bit. But even before, that and renter's insurance, I'd love for you to talk about that because I think people really don't take advantage of that. You don't? Okay. But you know why it's important. So, so we can talk about that. Oh, right. And Yvette has an agency called The Last Word. Wow, what a valuable service. She helps families through their time of grief as their loved ones pass on. But we all, it's not as simple as that. Anyone who's experienced any grief, it's complicated, right? And then family dynamics start to show up. Don't y'all love these politically correct terms? All chaos, all hell breaks loose, right? Is what we really try to say. Say it what it is, right? And so we're going to start with a bit of a storytelling process with my good friend Marseille Richardson with something to say. She's a lifestyle connoisseur, and she's helping us learn how to age gracefully and with joy and to have fun through all stages of life. But we're going to start with Miss Beulah May, her mother, and we're going to talk about the journey. Like, tell us a bit about when you discovered that your mother had early onset. What? Okay. Yep.
So I'm going to read something out of my journal. It's called A Fresh Take on Aging. It says, my awakening about this. Oh, that's right. I feel like I'm loud anyway, so I think I can talk loud enough. But this might be better. So my whole journey getting involved with understanding what happens to people when they get older is a result of my mother having Alzheimer's for 14 years before she passed away. So I wrote a journal, and in part of my journal, in the introduction, I said, my awakening occurred roughly 30 years ago, or 20 years ago, when my mother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. Witnessing her transform from a strong, independent woman to requiring 24-hour care made me realize the importance of being prepared for the future. It's a lesson that resonates with me deeply and guides my own path of aging. Watching my mother, I found out that she was sick because a friend from church called and said, I was on the road working for an event management business, and her friend said, you need to come home. I got
to do nothing.
No, because when an elder calls, only thing you're going to do is like, you're sitting there in shock like, oh, I need to be obedient. Yes, I'll come home. What I found is that my mother had groceries in the kitchen that had spoiled. Her bills were not paid, and we're talking about a woman that was, her name is Beulah May Richardson from Rose Hill, Mississippi, and if you know anybody, people that have been born in the 20s, they're about their business. They took care of their business. If you didn't have enough money, they knew how to manage what they had, their resources. So I knew something was wrong, and I knew that I had to get involved. What I did first was to call her doctor, and the nurse talked to me. She said, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but your mother has missed many doctor's appointments. Oh, wow. And she said, that is not your mother at all. And she said, I was expecting your phone call. I know your name. Your mom talked about her daughters all the time. Okay. So as a result of that, I took her to a neurologist, and she went through a battery of tests. They wanted to make sure that they checked her carotid artery, they checked to see if she had a stroke, and we talked about what we could do. But the bottom line is, there really isn't anything. Nobody can really guide you through taking care of somebody that has Alzheimer's. You have to kind of find your way. And while I was finding my way, I was angry. Yeah. I was crying. I was looking for somebody else to step up in the family. There were all kinds of things that were going on because I was mourning the loss of my mother. I didn't want to have the roles reversed. I wanted her, I wanted my mother.
Yes, I can understand that and relate to that. And a lot of times life happens, the transitions happen, and we're not given any warnings, right? It's unexpected, And we think that they're always going to be here, even though we know they're not. Like, we know, and we all know we're all going to die.
Yes.
But we don't, like, we're in denial about the very obvious thing that we've known since we were born, that we will eventually die. And so it's important to have these conversations now. And that's where Yvette, you know, we talked about this. Yvette and I were talking about the importance of having these conversations about life transitions before life transitions. And to do it when you're in a place of peace, a place of, you know, everything's cool, ain't nobody got no beef with nobody, you know, and you can have a I see some heads shaking. There's always beef. So, Vet, tell us a little bit about, tell us about your business, but then maybe share a story, an example of some of what you've seen through the course of the work that you do and the services you provide.
I'll use my own example as myself. I'm a widow of 26 years. My husband died when I was 31 years old. Sorry.
Just push it up. It should be on. Yeah. Sorry.
My husband passed away when he was 32, I was 31. I was pregnant with a baby and had a 6-year-old. Figure it out. You have no choice, right? I knew my husband was sick. We planned what we thought we should be doing, and had the discussion the day before he passed away. But when he passed away, my name was still not on anything, which isn't a problem because I love my family, right? And that was taken care of, and my kids are taken care of. But it goes back to making sure that when you get married or you have a child, that you take care of your business. Immediately, people think, oh, well, we're young or this and that. No, get the insurance. The other part is, we as black people, being realistic, we don't marry. We might not marry. We might live with somebody for 35 years, and that's your man and your husband, and that's my baby. But the state of Minnesota says,
Come on.
It don't matter. Yes. And if your children don't like said partner, now you have them saying what they're gonna do, regardless of what your wishes are, because you didn't share those wishes and or put those wishes in writing. You have minor children. Everybody automatically assumes that the kids will go to the other parent. Well, what if that parent ain't stable? Now where are your kids going? Put it in writing. In the state of Minnesota, yes, they would go to the next parent, but if that parent is not said to be stable, or I have the wording, if they're not stable, it can go through litigation, and then it has to go, the kids can end up in foster care until a family member steps up and they can prove that that family member wants those children. And those children could be separated. So put all your stuff in order early on. Communicating your wishes. Make sure that you and your partner communicate what you want, and have these conversations with your family of what you want. And don't have like, hey, let's have a meeting today. Thanksgiving was the other day, and I was telling Neek, I said, Thanksgiving is a good time, everybody's together, we're all hanging out, we're eating, loving on each other. Hey, while we're here together in this happy moment, I'm not the downer, but I wanna have these conversations so that we all know what I want. I want you to know what I want. Yeah. Somebody's gonna be pissed off that they're not the power of attorney. But some of them don't realize that just because you're the power of attorney, that's only why you're alive, because once I die, it goes out the window. So delegating someone else that's gonna take up that other piece after the death. Those pieces, that's the spokesperson. Making sure you have digital access. Everything has a password. How do I get to the bank account to see what kind of money you have so we can help bury you? So putting an actual document together that has your a digital copy of your insurance paperwork, your social security number, your jobs, your pensions that you have at your jobs, or stocks that you might have purchased got from your jobs, all that stuff, somebody has to go and collect on that or go and try to take care of it for you. And we all want to know what our legacy is going to be, right? Write a legacy will. And a legacy will is just you sharing life lessons and values that you want your family members to know about you. And it doesn't have to be a formal, documented, with a lawyer and all that kind of stuff, but it's something that you have in writing that the person that you have picked can share that information after the fact. Whether it's the first Christmas that you're gone, I want my family to know this, that, and the other. Also, I am not a pet owner, but I know that people are, and that's a family member.
Yeah. Yes.
Who's going to take that pet? You don't want your dog that you've had for 30 years euthanized because Mookie over there said, I don't want no dog. You know what I mean? I'm an only child, so I've gone through some of this stuff just trying to navigate. My mother's 86 and has had 6 strokes. She had her first stroke at 36.
Oh, wow.
Long-term care.
Yes.
Having conversations about what you want for yourself and what you as an adult want for your parent. If you're the older person, say, hey, this is what I want. If I have a stroke and an aneurysm and I'm paralyzed, this is what I want. I know I'm an only child. My mom knew I couldn't take care of her by myself in my own home. So we had to navigate and try to find facilities and that kind of stuff. You can do all that now. It's all online. Sit with your mother, sit with your father, sit with a family member and go over some of that stuff and see what some of the options are. Those are the things that people don't talk about.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is communicating it to your family. If you are an only child, I bless us, because the shit is hard, excuse my language. But it's really hard.
Yeah.
My mother's 86, and I think she had another stroke back in May, and they missed it. And she kind of started having some, where she wasn't all the way there and incoherent and this and that. I know my mom, and I told them this, but okay, she had a stroke, what can we do now?
Yeah.
My mom is back to her baseline, which is sassy, watching her Vikings on Sundays, you know what I mean? And so knowing those patterns of your parents or your loved ones, all those kind of things fall into it, but make sure that you are communicating.
Yes.
Even if you have to sit down, I have a checklist. If people want a checklist, I can email it to you, a checklist of what you want. Sit and write your own obituary. Ooh. There's a homegirl of mine that did it before I could do it. Her name is Nicole Pancini. She wrote a journal book about writing your own obituary. Mm-hmm. It makes so much sense. I know what I want people to know.
It requires you to sit with yourself. What you're describing is sitting with yourself and sitting with your family members, your loved ones.
Yep.
And it can be vulnerable. It can feel a type of way, but it's essential. So we're going to skip to insurance, right? Yep. Because this is one of the ways, unfortunately, that we leave ourselves open, bare, exposed, right? You could have, I mean, Prince didn't even have a will. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, snap. Okay. As far as I know, because
if you have a will and you have that kind of a state, it still has to be navigated. And if you haven't, he didn't communicate.
He did not communicate.
So even if he had a will that had all the information in there, we got to figure out who all these people are.
Who are the people are, where are the bank accounts, what are the provisions, what are the desires and the wishes. But let's talk about the insurance piece, right? And I always when we talk about estate planning, I realize that many people may not feel like they have an estate. When I think of an estate, I think of rolling metal mansions and, streams with, the nice, pretty goldfish, right? I don't have that. But what you do have is worth protecting. What you do have, whether it's an apartment, a condo, a car, your children, right? Am I hitting it?
Absolutely.
All these things need to be protected and considered. And here's the thing, what we do know for sure is that we don't know the day or the hour that we might pass. And so that it's like a little plot twist, right? But insurance is just that. It's a way to insure against the unforeseen and the inevitable.
So tell us a little bit about, so in lieu of what you've heard so far, what are some of the products that you offer that families should be thinking of in terms of life insurance or other products to protect themselves? And I think there are some policies that cover expenses now, but what about things for after someone transitions that make sure that their estate is taken care of, the children, families, and that they don't inherit debt? Thank you.
Absolutely, that's a great question. And I want to start off before I get to your specifics of your question is obviously this is Wealth and Wellness Summit, right?
Yeah.
And everything that we've been talking about planning.
Yes.
And I just want everyone to understand that sometimes plans change.
Ooh.
Right? Plans change. Sometimes when we're talking about life insurance, you hear about a life insurance policy that you've had for years. You don't know if that policy is still in place.
Wow.
You don't know if that policy has certain exclusions and clauses to that policy. So it's always good to update these things, right? And we talk about funeral planning. It's always good to have what we like to call a family information guide. That's like your voice when you're no longer here. And it's going to cover all of these things that and everyone else up here has been talking about, right? You want to make sure you know where you want to have your services, your bank account information. Are you a veteran, right? Things of this nature. All your online accounts. And what that family information guide is something that goes hand in hand with your will. Now, a lot of times when we talk about a will, people start to think that they have to take a days off work, go in, see an attorney, hire an attorney to do this. But what makes a will a legal binding document is by making sure you have it signed, witnessed, and notarized. That's all you need to make it a legal
Signed, witnessed, and notarized.
That's all you need to make it a legal binding document and have it filed at the county.
Okay.
Right? So a lot of people don't know that, but I work with Globe Life. I work in division of Globe Life American Income, where we specialize in making sure we go over this with all of our members now. We've been working with over 40,000 different labor unions for the last 70 plus years. And a lot of times people don't know this, but whenever you leave your job, you retire or you move on, you lose that benefit through your job, right? So we want to make sure that whenever you're getting involved into making sure that you're planning ahead for your life insurance, that you have a plan specific to your needs. And we want to make sure there's no gaps in your coverage. There's different types of life insurance policies. A whole life policy, which gains cash value and never goes up and never goes away. That's going to pay out any cause of death. Now, you hear people talk about, well, I paid $40 and I have $500,000 worth of coverage. Now, I can tell you this, the whole economy would go broke if that was the case, if it wasn't have some type of stipulation behind it, right? So that's usually a term policy. Term policies work different ways. Some of them last for 20 years. Some companies will let you renew them after 20 years. Some companies make you have to requalify health-wise. So when you see a whole life policy, they tend to have a higher premium, right? But it's just like everything in life, right? You pay for what you get, right? And you should have a combination of both, right? You should always go through a needs analysis when you're figuring out your life insurance. So you have a policy specific to your needs, right? Some people's importance is to make sure that they leave money for their family to help build generational wealth down the road. Some people just have a need to take care of the funeral and final expenses, right? So in a situation, just giving a quick example, in something like that, you might want to have a large term policy in case you pass away prematurely, or if you have little ones that depend on your income so their lifestyle doesn't change, right? Maybe you're at your golden years, or maybe you don't have a big family and you just want to make sure that financial burden doesn't fall on the family, right? Then you want to have a whole life policy that makes sure that it's getting taken care of, right? So another thing I want to make sure I point out as well, whenever you're getting your plans together for your life insurance, is to make sure that, I guess the best way to say it is, have a plan in place where if you need to adjust, you can, right? Okay. And this isn't an investment, right? Sometimes people hear about life insurance, is how they can make money off of that, things of that nature, but let's remember there's a difference between insurance and an investment, right? Your investment is to grow your money so your lifestyle doesn't change in the future, to leave something for the family, right? Insurance is to make sure you don't have to dip into your investment to take care of things like this, right? A financial advisor wants your money to grow, right? Insurance is to protect your money. Think of it like a car accident. You have car insurance, you may never use it, right? You may have to use it, you get in an accident. Even though you have the money in the bank, you don't want to take the money out of the bank that you're getting whatever interest returns that you're receiving over the year taken away from that, right? So this is why it's important to make sure you have some life insurance in place. I always recommend you start somewhere, right? Because things change throughout life. You can always adjust your policy, but make sure you go through a needs analysis so you have specifically what you want in place when you're going through life insurance.
That was very insightful, and I really like that you said to be nimble, to adjust when life changes. So I guess the question is, should people have different types of insurances at different stages of life?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what the needs analysis is going to go through, right? I always tell people to make sure you have an open mind, right? You don't want to go into a meeting when you're meeting with an insurance agent and you're just telling them what you want. It's always good to listen first, because that way you can ask questions afterwards and then tailor your program to where it needs to be, because there's always gaps, right? If you have little kids, you have a big, you're in a 2-income household, right? People don't think about, if that spouse or significant other passes away, so does their paycheck, right? What type of financial crunch will that put on you and the rest of the family that's here, right? So those are things like a term policy where you can get a lot of coverage, whereas if the kids are young, let's just say you're in your mid-30s, mid-40s, you have, 20 years left of working, they definitely depend on your income.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So maybe a term policy, which gives you a lot of coverage, at least to your 65, is what your needs are, right? But you also want to have a program so whenever you leave your job, after you retire, you're not going out to try to get life insurance, because life insurance qualifies you on your health, not your wallet.
That's right.
Right? It doesn't matter how much money you have. If you're not qualified health-wise, you won't get insured. So we always recommend, make sure you get in the program as soon as you can. You can go to the doctor one day and all of a sudden you're not qualified. I see it happen all the time. People say they want to wait, right? And they try to come back next year. Usually the only time people talk about life insurance is either when they're talking with someone like me or tragedy hits the family.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
They
Okay.
get us scared.
That's deep and timely. Thank you for sharing that. Marcel, we talked a little bit about annuities. So tell me, let's get into that real quick and then we'll close up soon.
But I want to say something
Yes.
about being prepared.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't talk about the other part that stood out for me with preparing for my mother, is that I didn't know where everything she had. And she did not have a POA and a healthcare directive.
Power of
Everybody needs to have a healthcare directive, because in the state of Minnesota, if you had something happen to you and you were in the hospital and say it was life or death, you do not get to make a choice for yourself, and neither does your family. The doctors do. So the healthcare directive, you can download that actually from the website, and most major health organizations have one on their website. You can download it, upload it, and it just needs to be signed and witnessed if you don't have a notary. Yeah, exactly. So you need to have that. At the end of my mother's life, my sister did not wanted my mother resuscitated, but she had chosen not to be resuscitated. Because what happens to you in Alzheimer's at the end of your life, the brain stops communicating with the functionality of your body. My sister's like, but we can't. I said, we can't do anything. The doctors will not let you do anything. My mother made that decision.
Yeah.
So that's.
And at least there's some solace in the fact that it was her decision.
It was her
right, and that others didn't make it for her. And
Yes.
so even though it's painful, right, when those of us that are left with these decisions, right, it's hard. But I think we can find comfort in that's what they wanted, and at least you know that that's what they wanted, right?
Exactly.
Because then the alternative is if there weren't any plans laid out, preparations, and then those are the kinds of things that cause conflict in families, and many families don't recover from,
Yes,
right?
you already have enough conflict. You don't need to go find some more.
The annuities.
The annuities, okay. So what I always talk about annuities because I work for an annuity company. An annuity is an insurance product. And what is suggested is that you look at using annuity to supplement your lifestyle and your expenses after you retire. You can take some of your 401k money, or if not all of it, and transfer it into an annuity, which the investment options are less complicated than like a 401k. If you ever looked at a prospectus, it like has 1,000 different terms. And I'm in the business and I don't even want to look at mine. I'm like, I don't want to figure out where I want to invest it. So what you could do with an annuity is it could supplement your lifestyle by, you can either take out create an income stream, or you can also take what's called free withdrawals. Free withdrawals allow you to take 10% of your premium, and that is something that could supplement your lifestyle. Because what happens when you retire is there's three things. It's called the HIT. Healthcare costs, rising healthcare costs, inflation, and taxes. These are things that you do not have any control over. And some of the income streams that are created, they actually allow you, they increase as they go through the years. They got a bad rap because people always had to annuitize to take their money out. And if you annuitize something, you cannot take the money out. But this way, you can get access to your money without annuitizing it.
Interesting. Do you have something to add to that? Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Can I just
Yes,
add
Yvette.
one thing with the insurance? And Jabari kind of helped me navigate this. My mother, like I said, had a stroke when she was 36. So she was on Social Security. Social Security says you cannot have any assets. So back in the day, when my mom was coming up, she had the insurance. Well, I'm gonna give it to the babies, and I can take a loan out on it one day. So I'm gonna keep paying. What is that called? Term insurance? Oh, that's a whole life insurance. But back in the day, that's what they did because they knew they could take a loan on it. Well, Social Security said, well, because you have $3,000 value in that life insurance policy, we're taking it, or we're kicking you off Social Security. They kicked my mom off Social Security. She lives off of $477.
Wow.
Medicaid says the same thing. You can't have any.
You cannot have more than I think it's 2,800 that kicked her off. So make sure that, elders, make sure that you guys know, if you're collecting Social Security and stuff, make sure you know where you're at. Because if you have assets, I tried to be slick and sell my mother's insurance policy to my daughter so it wasn't in my mother's name anymore. So we did that. We sold it for $5 and went through an appeals process with Social Security, and they still said no.
Wow.
So be forewarned, you got to pay attention to some of that stuff that we think is just, oh, it's an automatic. Oh, it's an automatic. I get Social Security when I'm there. Got to pay attention to some of that.
Wow, we could go on. Unfortunately, we do have to draw. Oh, yes, ma'am. You got to take your mask down.
know if it's regular.
So I won't lose my time too. Let me say two things. I need to please understand that question. And the other one was, I was laid off at 63. I'm 74 now. Cutting to the chase, it was abrupt, and I hadn't planned for anything. I did not know the other. Cutting to the chase, I chose to retire because I was so burned out, I thought, I'm not trying to get another job. So what am I asking? I do not recall, I was working at an HBCU. I do not recall clearly somebody saying, this is term, this is whole life. I have term. I would have never gone for term knowing that because I found out you only had 1 year, Phyllis, to take your, whatever the insurance was that I had. But since I had term, they said I only had 1 year to pour it back into, and change it to whole life. And so then, because I didn't, then every year they would deduct and whatever. So I'm at the minimum of what the policy is right now.
Ms. Phyllis, I'm going to do a couple things because I think you need a deeper conversation, right? So I apologize because I'm really not trying to cut you off. We are over time, and I think that this will be a great conversation you have with Mr. Thompson and with Yvette, because this is why we do these things. There's so much lack of information. Not only that, lack of understanding of that information. And it's almost designed to make us feel ignorant, stupid, you know. But we have to ask these questions, and that's why we bring different folks together who are expertise in this field, so you can get those questions answered in a way that supports your dignity, and you get the answers that you need from trusted folks from right in our community. That was the whole intent of designing this Wealth and Wellness Summit. And so I thank our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Marseille Richardson, Yvette Thompson, and Jabari Thompson. And all of our panelists that we've had today clearly needed to be a longer thing. This is our first time. We look forward to hosting more of these, but also smaller conversations that are focused on these specific topics. This is life. And you can't wait until you're 40 and 50 to understand these things. A lot of these decisions you need to be making now, right? I know I always call you out. She's the young one in our cohort. And we're not thinking about it at age 20 or even at age 30, but we have to. And so as parents, grandparents, caregivers, we have to be intentional about having these conversations with next generation. The system is not really designed to support us. We've established that all throughout the day. And it makes you feel like you need a PhD to understand how to navigate your own life. But it is worthy of protecting. And so hopefully you've walked away with several tools to help you make some informed decisions. The information presented today, we have video, thank the Lord. But we also will have contact information for the panelists and other resources from the Civil Rights Department. Marseille and I have been talking about emergency preparedness. That's something else that we're going to have a conversation about. We've been whispering about it, right? Should I get a generator? Should I start growing my own vegetables? Should I start, canning and jarring? The answer is absolutely yes. From the brother who sat here earlier, who's got several degrees from everywhere and manages millions of dollars, he agreed. To the doctor that was here earlier in private conversation, is that what we should be doing? Absolutely. So regardless of what level you're at, income, status, education, the responsibility falls on us to take care of ourselves and to know where to go to get the information, tools, and resources to do it. The Calvary is not coming to save us. We are here, we have to save ourselves. And so conserve your coins, okay? This is a time to manage your money because you are going to be in a position where you're going to have to pay for your own health care more than you already were. The cost of food has gone up. So the things that you used to trick off, You're gonna have to repurpose that, re-strategize your financial plan, because you're gonna have to spend your money on things that normally you probably wouldn't have had to spend as much on. This is a reality check, it's a wake-up call. It's not to make you feel insecure or foolish or have shame or guilt. This is all designed in love, because we want you to take care of you. You are worthy and you deserve it. So start making those plans now, okay? And on that note, I thank you. I am Anika Robbins, and I hope that you've enjoyed your time with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thanks to our photographer, Brandon. What is this? Our team from AV for You, all of our sponsors. Thank you all for being here. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. This was
So now we know.
I was just looking at pictures of us. Go ahead, let's get our selfie, whatever we do.
You need me to take it?
Yeah, we're gonna do this, and then please take a